Okay, so here we are, still waiting, and still 4 uncalled states will decide the presidency. One of them is Nevada, and there is breaking news there. So I want to go to Las Vegas, where our Sarah Seidner is. Sarah, we look at this gap. As of now, 7,647 votes between Biden and Trump. Biden slightly ahead, but so many questions in Nevada of how many votes are even left to count.
No, absolutely. You know, we're all trying to figure out who is going to get these 6 electoral votes that Nevada has up for grabs. One of the issues is the mail-in ballots. What they did this year, due in part to coronavirus, is they sent out ballots to everyone who is an eligible voter. The reason why they don't know just how many people are going to vote is because they don't know how many people are going to send those ballots back in, and they did not have to get those ballots on November 3rd. In fact, they have until November 10th to actually get all of the ballots, as long as people have them postmarked on Election Day or before. And so that is what is causing some of the confusion here, is to, they have to wait until they get every single ballot in. And as long as it comes in before the 10th and was postmarked on or before the 3rd, that ballot has to be counted. That being said, we are expecting to get new numbers finally from here in Nevada. In about an hour and a half, we're going to hear from the Secretary of State, and then an hour after that, we're expecting to hear from Clark County officials as to what's happening here. And why that is significant is about 70% of the voting population lives here in Clark County, the home of Las Vegas. Aaron.
All right. And of course, now all eyes are going to be on that update. As Sarah said, we're expecting that in about 90 minutes time. See what we get, see what happens. I mean, it doesn't get any more razor thin than that margin in Nevada. And Anderson, amazing that they don't know how many are outstanding, right? I mean, you keep getting those numbers. We know what they are now in places like Georgia, even in Pennsylvania, where they had some lead time in terms of when ballots had to arrive, but still that unknown in Nevada.
Yeah, and the numbers have remained the same, since last time I was on the air. I don't even remember what time it was, but last night, the numbers, that lead of Joe Biden's is very small in Nevada. We'll be watching that closely. Aaron, thanks very much. Well, let's go to John King. John, let's take a look, a deeper dive at Nevada.
You don't remember last time you left the air last night? You're not remembering? Day 47. Look, we'll get through this. I'm making jokes about it, but we need to applaud these people. I love Sarah Seidner's. Finally, we'll get some information from the Secretary of State in Clark County. Because, look, again, Joe Biden is at 253. So if you're a Democrat, you think, my guy's knocking at the door. If you're a Republican, you think, how do we stop him? He's knocking at the door. So everybody wants these numbers, and we get that. We want these numbers. The American people want these numbers. The world is watching this election. The world wants to know. And so you look at Nevada, and you say, as you noted, Anderson, at the top of the hour, 7,647 votes. That's a very narrow lead for Joe Biden, and it has been the same all day. We got nothing new out of Nevada yesterday, which is very frustrating, obviously, because we want to move this race along and figure out what's the finish line. However, again, coronavirus, as Sarah noted, all these mail-in ballots. So we're going to wait today. We will hear information. The Secretary of State and Clark County. So what are we looking for? Number one, more votes, more of a count to see if Joe Biden holds that narrow lead or if it starts to shrink for the president. The other thing is, do they have a better sense now of the universe of ballots? So then we know how many have they counted today and how many do you have outstanding? Meaning, yes, they can count ballots that come in for 5 more days. Do they think that, how big is that universe? Meaning, can we call it when we know the numbers the rest of today? Or do we have to wait because they still think a sizable number of ballots are still coming? 73, as Sarah just noted, more than 7 in 10, close to 75% of the votes are going to come right here in Clark County. And Joe Biden there, 53 to 45 in what we have so far. But we don't know how much is left in Clark County. That's why the word we get today could be, it is incredibly important. This could be the decisive day, but only if we advance the metrics in Nevada, in Arizona, in Pennsylvania, and in Georgia. So where else are you looking here? You see all of this red. Again, 7,647 votes. That's a Biden lead in a Clinton state, but the president is in play here. We've seen the president's come back. Joe Biden's lead shrink in Arizona. Out here in the Southwest, where the Democrats think they can clinch the presidency, it's actually very close, so we're going to have to watch it. The other place besides Clark County to watch for the most votes, Anderson, is up here in Washoe County. Now, they say that's 89% of the estimated vote, but we still need to understand the universe, potentially, of mail-in ballots. Reno is the population center here. As you move to the north, this corner of the state is very conservative, and the president has a lot of support.
Well, so also, again, John, it's interesting. I think it was Rick Santorum last night and Gloria Borgia also who was talking about how in places like Reno, in Las Vegas, obviously tourism is incredibly important. They have been really hurting with coronavirus. And the question is, how does that play among voters who want to see businesses come back, who want to see tourism come back. Does that mean that they don't favor Joe Biden's more conservative approach to dealing with the pandemic, or more aggressive approach, or do they favor President Trump's approach?
Well, I think you're making one of the critical points, because we talk about the national campaign we have all the time, right? The coronavirus is the biggest issue in the country. The president was having his rallies at the end. Joe Biden was saying that was reckless. In the national dynamic, the numbers told us most voters thought Biden's responsible way of doing it was preferable to the president's way of doing it. That's a national look. But you're so smart to say, let's look more locally in state by state. In South Florida, for example, the attacks on socialism motivated a lot of Latino voters in South Florida. So some of these targeted attacks that you think might not work nationally do work in certain places. And right here, to your point, the economic argument, the Trump campaign's advertising, the Trump campaign messaging was Joe Biden wants to lock down the country, keep it locked down. Now, that's a distortion of Biden's views, but welcome to politics. And we will see. This will be interesting to watch. Again, 53 to 45. You go back 4 years ago. This is a preliminary count. We don't know if that's going to change when we get more ballots. You go back before. It's pretty consistent, right? Vegas has been growing. The Latino vote is critical to Democrats, but you also have, if you've been to Vegas over the last 25 years, the explosion of the suburbs around Las Vegas, once Republican territory, more becoming Democratic territory. But it's a simple, it's a cliche, but it's true. All politics is local. This area has been devastated because of the economic fallout, the impact on tourism. And so I think you're raising a fascinating question. And that's why when we get more results from Clark County today, we're going to get to answer this. We mostly have a national election dynamic, but in some places there are local issues at play. And that's one of the very important ones.
Yeah, we're hoping to hear very quickly, very soon from Georgia officials. John, thanks. We'll check in also with you about Arizona coming up next. But let's go back to Aaron.
All right. So, in addition, you mentioned Georgia. So right now, here's how many ballots we understand are outstanding: 61,367. We are specific all the way to the ones place, because that is how razor thin and tight this could be. And as we say, we're going to get some crucial updates this morning from states like Nevada, also Georgia. The Secretary of State expected to speak any moment. So let's go to Atlanta and our Victor Blackwell. Victor, razor thin when you look at the outstanding ballots versus where we are on the gap between President Trump and Joe Biden right now.
Yeah, and of that 61,367, as you say, the precise number coming from the Office of the Secretary of State, the estimate that we have from Fulton County is that 10 to 11,000 of those ballots are here, will be counted. And we're expecting that we're getting close to an announcement here. They've rolled out the podium here for a news conference that's coming. I've seen members of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, the chairman here as well, that there is an announcement that we've been told should be coming at 11-ish. So we'll stand by for that. But of course, the work continues here. We've been told that they've been working to process the last 3,600 ballots that have come in, simply opening them, preparing them to be scanned in the back of the room, and then take that memory card over to another location to be tabulated and reported. But that was 3 hours ago. Now, the work has not stopped here, but there were fewer people here earlier. There was a shift change. People are all working here. They're taking some of the ballots to the opener machine. There are some people back here opening them by hand with letter openers. So the goal is to complete the counting here of the mailed-in ballots and the ballots dropped off in those boxes by 11 a.m. And then they've got to focus on the provisionals tomorrow, the ballots from uniformed members of the military as well. That deadline is 5 p.m. on Friday. But the expectation is this will be done. Now, you'll remember that Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, told us on election night, fairly early in the evening, it was about 9:30, I was there in the room, he said that by tomorrow, Georgia will be yesterday's news. Well, we're now the day after that tomorrow, right, and we're still waiting for the rest of these 60,000 plus votes to come in and that tabulation area.
Okay, so let me just ask you, because I think the scene behind you, what's it like in there, Victor? I mean, it's full. People are counting. There are people who like to see this as a sign of the mess of American democracy. I prefer to see it as a sign of its strength and the amazingness of all these people that come together to do this. So what exactly is happening, and how frantic is the counting? I mean, they're late, right? Versus what you said they were going to deliver. They feel the pressure right now to get some answers to this country.
It is certainly hectic. And let me get out of the way as I describe what's happening and what the officials are telling me. They understand that the eyes of the country and, in fact, the world are on Fulton County right now to get these votes. A Democratic stronghold, a Democrat trying to close the gap with the president. So they are working around the clock, working overnight. Let me describe what's happening. The people you see seated with the USPS trays, they are the sorters. What they're doing is receiving opened ballots. There's a machine that goes through that cuts them open, the two envelopes, the mailing envelope and the privacy sleeve. They pull the ballot out, take a look to see if the signatures match and if everything looks to be in order. If there is some problem, they raise their hand, they alert a lead. That person then comes over, sorts it out. It can go off to adjudication if necessary. Adjudication is simply determining the intent of the voter. What did this person mean to do? They were supposed to fill in a bubble. Maybe they put an X through the bubble or circled the name. That happens in another space. But after these ballots are sorted, they go over toward the window, if we can show that, Stu. Those are the scanners. There are 5 scanners in this room. They're scanned into the machine, all saved onto a flash card. Those flashcards are then transported over to another facility away from State Farm Arena where we are, and that's where they are tabulated. The expectation is that they'll all be sent over by 11, and we'll finally get those last numbers from Fulton County. As what it feels like in the room, it's hectic, as you'd expect.
Yeah.
What you can't see are the 15 to 20 cameras on the other side of where your vantage point. But there's media here, of course, the scores of people who are working to finish the absentee ballot count.
All right, and as Victor speaks in a few moments, we expect a live press conference from the Georgia Secretary of State. So stand by for that because there could be some very significant updates. I want to go now to Arizona, though. Tensions running especially high over the counting. I mean, Kyung-La, you were there last night. We all saw, right, when you were at the counting center. So where are we this morning? When are we going to get more information? Because where you are, there are hundreds of thousands of ballots. We still don't know who they're for.
Yeah, let's start with the counting process, Erin, because that's really what's important here. Here in Maricopa County, which includes Phoenix, the very populated Phoenix, Maricopa is the largest county as far as population here in Arizona. So you got to win here if you want to win this state. For the Secretary of State's office says approximately 300,000 ballots have yet to be counted here, and they're going through the counting process. That is still continuing here in Maricopa County. As far as the entire state, we're at about 450,000 ballots that have still being counted right now, according to the Secretary of State's office. So that is still ongoing. We are anticipating that we'll have more results, the next batch of ballot results here from Maricopa County sometime around 9 p.m. Eastern time. It's not a hard deadline, but that's approximately the time that we're anticipating that the elections department here is going to have a new update. And then I want to turn to what you were just talking about, Erin. You're talking about the protests that we saw here. We were inside. The entranceway is just over my shoulder. I'm in the parking lot this morning. We were inside the lobby, and then we could hear a growing crowd outside. The security concern grew. The sheriff's department arrived here because they were chanting, among other things like Pizzagate, they were saying, "Let us in, let us in." And so even though these were peaceful protesters, it was peaceful assembly, these were people who were carrying guns. And so the sheriff's department did deploy, and they wanted to make sure that the doors weren't breached. There's an impact here, not on the vote. Let's be very clear, not on the ballot counting, but out here in the parking lot, you can see these sort of, red markers. On each of those markers, there's a small white sign that says the Freedom of Speech Zone. This entire section to the left of these red markers, this is where they would like the people to peacefully assemble. And then over to the right where cars are being driving in and out. The impact on this is that the people who are doing the ballot counting here, these are temporary workers. A good majority of them are retirees. They are older. They're temporary workers, and they're paid minimum wage. So they're being ferried in from different parts where their personal cars may be here, so they don't have to walk in the Phoenix heat to continue the work of democracy. I spoke to one of the staffers here about if this has impacted attendance or if there's been any sort of concern or sick out. They haven't seen it.
Wow.
Aaron?
Well, that's impressive. And of course, though, the guidance we're getting from Kyung here is that we're not going to really know the fate of Arizona today. So Nevada, Pennsylvania, Georgia, these are the crucial states we're going to know very much sooner, perhaps in the next hours or so, Anderson.
It's fascinating. And again, the numbers in Nevada really, we have not seen a change in the numbers in Nevada since yesterday. So hopefully get some new numbers. Yeah, some new numbers soon. Talking about Georgia, we are waiting just moments from now, I think about 2 minutes or so from now. The Secretary of State in Georgia is going to give a press conference about the how many outstanding votes there still are there. We're waiting for that. We're going to bring that to you live. I want to go to David Chalian. David, let's talk about Georgia and what a fascinating race we have seen over the last 2 days in Georgia.
It certainly has been. This is one of those sort of Sunbelt expansion states, as the way the Biden campaign referred to it. Has been a long part of sort of the Democratic Party's project to play into where they're seeing demographic changes and lean into the suburban revolt against Donald Trump. They saw that as a laboratory for it this cycle. But it is razor thin, Anderson. And I was just listening earlier to the reporting. I think that they think there's some 67,000 outstanding votes. We'll see what the Secretary of State says now when we get...
it was plus 61,000.
Oh, 61,000, yeah. This initial update. So I think I was doing quick calculations. I think it means Joe Biden would need roughly around the 70% range or somewhere in that of the remaining outstanding ballots to overtake the president's current lead. But you've seen the president's lead in the state just shrinking. And we know that the late ballots being counted, the mail ballots that are getting tabulated are just overwhelmingly a pro-Biden group of voters. And so that is helping to increase that margin. Now you see it there at just 18,586 vote lead for the president in Georgia. And just remember, Anderson, the president made a final campaign stop in the final 48 hours in Georgia. And it was stunning to sort of see it when they put it on their schedule that a Republican incumbent president would spend time in the final 48 hours in Georgia. They were keenly aware of how close Georgia could be. And it's also why the Biden campaign sent Barack Obama there in the final day of campaigning.
Obviously, so much depends on exactly where those plus 61,367 ballots that are still to be counted, where those votes came from in the state of Georgia. Is it urban areas, which is what we have been seeing really in all the states that we're still waiting for, David? Often it's the big metro areas that they have so many votes. That's where we're seeing the slowest results.
Yeah, it's where and it's what kind of ballot. Is it a mail ballot? Because those two have been Democratic pockets of vote. And so if it's the combination of two, that you're getting the remaining ballots from sort of pro-Biden geography anyway, like you said, the urban centers or certainly the suburbs around Atlanta have been pro-Democratic in recent years. That's one advantage. And then add to it, if it's sort of the mail voting, that's also a Democratic advantage on top of it. So even it could be that even in some more Republican areas, Anderson, if it's the mail vote, it may not come in as pro-Trump as the Election Day vote would, obviously. And so it is both sort of the political geography of where they're coming in from and what kind of ballots. And we believe these are predominantly mail ballots.
We're monitoring this press conference in Georgia to see any information about these 61,367 ballots. We'll obviously bring you more on that. We're listening in. Some of it is just kind of some detail that's not particularly germane. Let's listen in for now.
How to do this properly, because the main thing we want to do, fast is great, and we appreciate fast. We more appreciate accuracy. Accuracy is going to be the bedrock upon which people will believe the outcomes of these elections, be they on the winning side or the losing side. So accuracy is vital, and it's the key to all of our processes. And I want to make sure we told everybody in this room and in this state and around the country, this is the first time Georgia has used paper ballots in 20 years. We told people they can expect some results on election night, and we got a lot of them out there. In fact, we got down to 250,000 yesterday. We were down to about 60,000 today. So let me go through what we know we have right now. I brought my computer so I wouldn't screw it up. Bryan County, 3,027. Burke County, 494. Chatham County, 17,157. Clayton County, 7,408. Cobb County, approximately 700. Floyd County, 682. Forsyth County, 4,713. Fulton County, 11,200. Gwinnett County, 7,300. Harris County, 3,641. Lawrence County, 1,797. Putnam County, 1,552. Taylor County, 456, for a total right now of approximately just over 60,000 votes. The anticipation is we will continue to go through the process throughout the day and into the evening if necessary. I know there are large counties in this state that stayed overnight, Fulton County being one of those, to process these, and they've knocked their numbers down to that 11,200. We anticipate getting through this process today. One of the reasons that our friends in Chatham County take a little bit longer is they have a unique system where their board of registration is separate from their elections division, and they handle different sides of the absentee ballot and the reporting process. So that's one of the things that held them up, but I think we're through that process today, and I anticipate getting the majority of the 17,000 in today as well. So with that, I want to thank y'all for being here and answer any questions. We'll start with Justin over here.
Can you explain to us why that number seems to be such a moving
All right, let's quickly go to John King. This is really important information. We now have the breakdown, John, county by county of the votes that are still outstanding. And we're told, he says, that's not the Secretary of State, by the way, as election official said, by the end of today, we should have all the votes in. John, what have we learned then?
Well, you learn, number one, there's a number of counties. So you have a couple hundred here, a couple thousand there. But the biggest takeaway I had there is listening in. It's one of the counties we talked about a little bit earlier, Clayton County. There were several thousand votes here just south of Atlanta. So you're looking, where do you have 500? Where do you have a few thousand, right? 60,000 total. There were several thousand here in Clayton County. And again, if you look at the numbers, Joe Biden's getting 85% of the vote in this county. So that's what, it doesn't guarantee that when they count the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden's going to get 85% of those. But your eyes aren't deceiving you there when you look, and you could expect, okay, still several thousand votes to count here.
7,408.
Right. So your assumption there is, Anderson, that Joe Biden's going to make up some ground there, right? Because he's 84%. Again, it's not guaranteed. You have to count the votes. But we know Democrats are more likely to have voted by mail. And we know that Joe Biden in this county, again, there's Atlanta, you're in the suburbs to the south, is getting 85% of the votes. So the biggest question is this. I mean, the overall math is, can you overcome with those 60,000 votes a lead of almost 19,000 votes, 18,586 for the president? To do that, it's pretty obvious. Joe Biden has to win a disproportionate number of those votes, much higher than the 49% he's getting statewide right now. So he mentioned Clayton County. He also mentioned, I believe, Forsyth County, which I'm going to come down here. Yeah, this is Houston County.
Forsyth
Houston
was
County here. There's some votes.
4,713.
Right, and so that's a county where the president is has been leading. But again, the question is, Anderson, the president's leading in some of those counties he mentioned, especially the smaller counties, the numbers. The question then is the president going to match? And you just pick a county and bring it up. You bring up a Morgan County, for example, they're done. So let's move over here, Oconee County, they're done. But is the president in these smaller counties going to get 65, 66%, or are the mail-in ballots, there may only be a few Democrats who live in those communities or a few people voting for Joe Biden in those communities, but is Joe Biden getting disproportionate? That's the hard part. You look at the numbers and you can say, okay, that's a red county, that's a blue county, but we actually have to count the votes because we do know, as we've watched this lead shrink, the president's lead in Georgia shrink, it is because Democrats disproportionately did vote by mail, and those are the 60,000 left they have to count.
Yeah, John, also just few more votes in Georgia have just come in, and the president's lead has shrunk just by 400 votes in just this latest. Right. John, the election official was saying Fulton County has 11,200 outstanding votes. Right. That's the Atlanta area, right?
That's the Atlanta area, and I believe that was the biggest number.
That was.
And so you're looking at 11,000 here. And again, You have to count them because not always do the patterns stay. But we have seen a very clear and consistent pattern in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, and elsewhere, that when they count these mail-in ballots, Joe Biden is doing at least as good, if not better, than how he has been performing in that county overall. So Joe Biden is performing at 72% right now, 73 if you want to round that up, in Fulton County. That's Atlanta. You see Atlanta down here and the suburbs around it. Again, one of the Democratic strongholds in the state of Georgia. And this has been the area, essentially the circle, the star around Atlanta and the suburbs. He mentioned some other counties here as well, and I'll get to in a minute. But you have the biggest basket of votes still outstanding. 11,000 of the 60,000 are here. You can just do the math at home. You know, that if Joe Biden gets 70% of that, he's going to get 7,000 plus votes right there. And the president gets his share. But in some of these counts, Anderson, I just did the raw math. In some of the counts, Joe Biden's actually getting a higher percentage in the mail-in ballot. So that's why we need to get to them. And again, if we look at that 18,144, that lead has been shrinking consistently. Every time you get a report of new votes, it shrinks. The question is, with 60,000 left, is that enough for Joe Biden to overtake 18,144? That's what the next very tense and consequential hours are going to tell us.
And just for the order, it seemed like Fulton County was 11,200 by my count, and I missed one or two of them. But Gwinnett, I think, was the next one with 7,300. Forsyth had 4,713.
Right, and you move up and around here. And so this is, again, so Gwinnett, you look here. Look at Joe Biden's getting 58%, right? So if you're in the Trump campaign, you're hoping that Joe Biden's numbers come in lower. But again, as you count these mail-in ballots, they're up to 95% right now. This is, again, the suburban circle around Atlanta. This is where Joe Biden is making up this lead. And so we just have to watch it play out and count the votes as they go. To their credit, they're being transparent about it. And to their credit, they're trying to get it done by the end of the day. And I'm going to switch walls if I can. I believe this. Is this camera on with me if I come over here, or do I lose you completely?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, we come over here. The resources are a little stretched as we count this out. But I just want to show you the significance of this, because we're saying, 5,000 votes here, 6,000 votes there. People at home can get a little confused maybe about why this is so consequential. Joe Biden is at 253, right? He is leading right now out here in Arizona and Nevada. That would be enough to get him to the finish line, but we have to be clear. As the votes have been counted out here, the president has been closing. So let's assume these two come off the map for a little bit, right? 253, we're going to wait. We're going to count the votes. Georgia, it seems, might get to the finish line before the states out west. If the former vice president can take this back, that gets him to 269, Anderson. That gets him right there, banging on the door. He's knocking on the door now. That would be banging on the door. If he can get Georgia, then he needs one more. Now, Maine's 2nd congressional district would be enough. The president's leading there right now, and the expectation is he will carry it. So if Joe Biden's not going to get that, if you can get Georgia, then you just need one more, right? Is it Pennsylvania? Is it Arizona? Is it Nevada? We keep counting votes. But Georgia is a bigger prize than the two western states. And also, the theory in the Biden campaign, I'm sorry, let me take 1 minute to play this out, is if they can do it this way, right, get it well above 270, and if they could get Pennsylvania as well, that would get them above 300. The president now is saying, I'm going to sue everywhere. The hope in the Biden campaign is if they can stretch this out a little bit, it's not just one state, that perhaps there's a political dynamic in which people get to the president and say, sir, you might not want to do this. I'm not saying the president will take that course. If you look at his Twitter feed, he sounds very combative today. But the Biden campaign is hoping that if they can get a couple of these wins and stretch it out a little bit, that maybe the political climate would change. Now, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, though, because let's come back to where we are. We're not there yet, 253 to 213. Right. That's why that progress there for Biden is critically important. And as we go through these next very consequential hours, Georgia could be a huge part of the statement America is making here.
John, can you also just play out just the president's path? Because if Nevada's Biden's leading only by some 7,000 votes, okay, well, I totally got to get a break in. We'll do this on the other side, because I'd like to see the president's path if Nevada and Arizona go to the president. Just ahead, as we wait for these updated vote counts that we are getting today, we continue to follow the votes coming in. We'll have live reports from our correspondents covering both the Biden and Trump campaigns. Also, new reporting on the mood for the Trump team. We'll be right back.
100.
Okay, so here's where we are right now. These are the contests that we are watching to see how this gets called, when it gets called. You just heard from election officials in Georgia. Joe Biden slowly chipping away at President Trump's narrow lead. But obviously, as you can see, there are still votes outstanding in Georgia. 61,000. Similar situation in Pennsylvania. The Biden campaign, though, is hoping its narrow lead holds in Arizona and Nevada, as you can see there. Pennsylvania, though, what they're looking at so very carefully. You see, that's the widest margin in favor of Trump right now, 135,671. It's also, though, where you have the most votes still outstanding, about 700,000 of them. So we've got Jessica Dean in Wilmington, Delaware, covering the Biden campaign, and our Caitlin Collins is in Washington covering the Trump campaign. Caitlin, I want to start with you, though, because, you know, as we are watching these numbers narrow, and we are going to know a lot more today, you have some new reporting on just how Trump and his aides see the path to 270, and how his aides see it is not the same as how the president sees it.
Well, they realize, Aaron, that path is getting a lot smaller by the day as these numbers are coming in. They feel good about what's happening in Arizona, how Joe Biden's lead shrunk overnight, and they still expect that more votes are going to come in the president's favor. But increasingly, what I'm hearing privately from campaign officials and from people who work in the White House is that reality is setting in, and they realize that they are more and more by the day as these votes are coming in, staring down a potential loss for President Trump. Now, just because reality is setting in for them does not mean it is setting in for the president himself. And actually, I'm told he is still convinced that Joe Biden is stealing this election from him. That's what he's been telling people on the phone over the last several hours. And he is stung by the fact that he has seen leads in states like Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, where he thought he was doing so well, diminish. Either they've disappeared entirely or they are going down by incredible numbers, like what we're seeing in Georgia right now as more and more absentee ballots are being counted. So what I'm told is that the president has been on the phone. He is still convinced that this is a fraudulent election and that it's being stolen from him. That is what he's telling people. And he is instructing people like his children to go out and cast doubt on the way that votes are being counted in these key battleground states. And we have seen them do that. You saw Eric Trump appear with Laura Trump yesterday in Philadelphia for that press conference where Rudy Giuliani was threatening to bring a national lawsuit, though it's not even clear, where they would go with that, as they are really throwing everything they can at the wall to see what sticks here, as they are trying to slow down the vote counts. Now, that's how they're feeling privately, that they are realizing there is a serious chance Donald Trump could lose here. But we should note the Trump campaign did just hold a call. They said they are still confident that they're going to win Pennsylvania, even though we are seeing the president's lead there diminish significantly. And they say that, quote, Donald Trump is alive and well.
All right. Thank you very much, Caitlin. And so now let's go to Jessica Dean following the Biden campaign. So, Jessica, how does the Biden team see this right now? They obviously still have more than one path to 270. The fastest and easiest is to do it with one state. That state is the one bordering where the vice president is right now, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, that's right, Aaron. The Biden campaign feeling very good, very confident this morning. And I'm told by a senior advisor that they believe they're going to win Pennsylvania by a sizable margin when it's all said and done. That's what they think. They also think they're going to hang on to those leads in Arizona and Nevada. They see Georgia as a very real possibility and have been keeping their eyes closely trained on those Democratic strongholds there in Georgia that are still counting ballots there. Again, we have to see what the votes themselves say, and that's playing out as the days go on. But from the Biden campaign's perspective, they feel very, very good and very, very confident that when all the votes are counted, that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. Now, I'm also told by an advisor that we do expect to see Biden at some point today. And then again, if and when this race is called, again, we don't know when that might be, but they are trying to keep him out front, and they continue to hammer home this message that every vote should be counted. Again, very counter to what President Trump is saying right now, but the Biden campaign and the vice president himself saying every vote should be counted, that everyone needs to have patience. And it was interesting to note yesterday, Aaron, when Biden spoke here, he talked about unity and bringing this country together. We can expect to hear more of those themes as the days go on.
Yeah, and obviously very different strategies from the two men in terms of how they've handled this, speaking publicly by Biden versus Twitter for Trump. Jessica Dean, thank you very much. Anderson, it's amazing. You look at all eyes on Pennsylvania. Jessica's reporting that the Biden campaign thinks they're going to win it by a sizable margin. Yeah. Look, if you take the gap that Trump has now, 136,000-ish votes, but still 700,000 outstanding, a lot of those mail-in ballots, right, have run towards Biden. 60% of them, if you give them to Biden, he still wins, and that's a lower percent than he's been getting in many of those counties. So certainly the math would show that their optimism, they've got reason for it at this point. as we wait for the count.
Yeah, I loved it when Jessica Dean earlier was saying that the fact that they were below 1 million votes still to be counted was a sign of progress, which still 700,000 plus votes. It's extraordinary. Aaron, thanks very much. The stakes are rising with every ballot counted. They're being counted as we speak. You see them counting in Georgia and Pennsylvania, as we talked about. The presidency hinging on just a handful of uncalled states. A lot is happening. Let's check in back with John King. So, John, the race continues to tighten. 3 crucial states, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona. Let's take a look, I guess, well, wherever you want to go. But I'm interested in Arizona to see how things are tightening.
All right, we'll look out in Arizona first. I think we're waiting here because it's the West Coast, where I think we're going to wait more for the count. But you see Joe Biden at 68,390 votes ahead. You can look at that if you haven't been with us for the last few days and say, okay, that's a pretty healthy lead. If you've been with us for the last few days, that's a shrinking lead. And we can go back and play that out for you here. Let me just pull this up for you and bring this out. When you go back and play it out, it's pretty interesting, right? Let's bring up Arizona and let's go back. This is Wednesday, 12 a.m. You see Biden has a 207,000 vote lead. You move it forward now to 1 a.m. It's 185,000. At 3 a.m., it's 2 a.m., excuse me, it's down to 155,000. And then as they counted votes throughout the day yesterday, 130, 93, down to 97, and then you come out to real time now, down to 68. So if you're in the Biden campaign, they keep saying they're confident they're going to win this, but the trend line there is going in the other direction. So then you come over here to Georgia. We just showed the pictures of the live counting of the vote. It's just the flip side here. The president had a huge lead midnight on election night. As Tuesday gave way to Wednesday, the president had a huge lead way up there, and now it's down to 18,000 votes. We were talking a bit earlier about this. 60,000 votes left. Joe Biden needs to win about 2/3 of the remaining votes. He needs to win about 2/3, 65, 66%, depending on the exact number out there. They say roughly 60,000. He's 18,146 down. Now, can he do that? If you look at that, you think 2/3, well, he's only getting 49% statewide. That's unreasonable, right? No, it's not. We don't know that Joe Biden can get there, but we know, Anderson, 17,000 of those votes are here in Chatham County. Joe Biden's getting 57%, 58% if you round up in this county, but he's even doing better than that in the mail-in ballots, or he has been. Let's let them count the rest. But 17,000 of the 60,000 are right here. Then you come back to the Atlanta metro area, Fulton County. 11,000, I believe. Yes, 11,000 and a couple hundred of those votes are here. And you see Joe Biden is getting, he needs 2/3 of the remaining votes. He's getting above 70% here. You move over here to Gwinnett County. Joe Biden's getting 58% total. You have 7,300. 7,000 of the votes are there. So then you move out here. The Secretary of State, the elections officials also talking about if you move further down in Atlanta here, Fayette County is done here. I think they're close to being done. You move over here. You come over here. So most of these other counties are done. But some of the counties where we're still waiting for votes, some of them are, they're red. And so the question there is, does the president add up to his total or does he not? Now, so we're going to watch Georgia. We're watching Pennsylvania. We were starting to have a conversation earlier. Again, 135,000, 600,000 still out, well within reach for Joe Biden because we know, Anderson, as I walk over here, that Joe Biden has been winning disproportionately, in some cases, 70% or more of those mail-in ballots. So why does this matter? Because this could be the decisive day in this long count. You asked me about the president's path a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
There is just no way. The president of the United States cannot lose the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Cannot lose the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. If Joe Biden wins it, he's the president. He doesn't need it to win the presidency. Biden does not. The president does. Let me show you what I mean, and we go through this math right now. Because it is 20, right? So we clear this out. The president is leading right now in Maine's 2nd Congressional District. We'll start with the 1. We don't know that he's going to win it, but he's leading right now. The president's lead in North Carolina, it has shrunk a little bit, but it's held up so far. Let's assume he gets it there. The president, we have full expectation when we finish the count in Alaska, the president will get that. So then let's say the president gets Georgia. Right? That gets him to 248. And if the president comes over here, even if the president comes back in Nevada, he gets to 259. I mean, in Arizona, excuse me, he gets to 259. Nevada would get him to 265. The president is out of options then. The president is that you're up to 265. The only thing left on the board is Pennsylvania. The president cannot get to the finish line without the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So he has to. He has to win more than Pennsylvania. But he can, once you get that 20, your math gets better. Without that 20, you just don't have a path. So you come back to Joe Biden, who is at 253. Again, if by the end of the day we can say that, Joe Biden is president, no matter how the rest of them end up. So Pennsylvania with 20 is the biggest prize still on the board. If Biden gets it, game over, and then he's counting up from there. If the president does not win Pennsylvania, he's done. It's an absolute essential state for him as we watch that lead shrink.
And if Biden gets Arizona, continues to hold on to Arizona and Nevada, and
that also gets him. That's it. You don't even have to finish the thought. If Joe Biden's at 253, if he holds on to Arizona and he gets Nevada, that's 270. The rest is gravy after that. You want a bigger win, of course, but 270, once you get 270, you can't take it back.
So if we know Nevada, well, it's not clear if we're going to know Nevada by the end of today or Arizona either.
Right, it is not. And so that's why if you talk about today as a potentially decisive day, the key point is how many votes. When we get more out of Nevada, how much is it?
Right.
And what do they tell us about the universe still out there? Can you make a projection based on what you have? We leave that to the data people, but we need to know. So come back to where we start. If Arizona and Nevada keep us waiting, which is perfectly conceivable, can Joe Biden get there without them? Yes, he can get there with just Pennsylvania. That would be it.
Although Pennsylvania, that's 700,000 plus votes still to be counted there, and also more military ballots still coming in.
Right. So if by the end of the day they had counted 2/3 of those and Joe Biden had surged past the president, maybe the decision people feel comfortable enough to make a projection. We don't know that. And we're going to be obviously incredibly cautious in this environment because of the stakes, number one, and because of the unorthodox nature of this campaign. But Georgia would be another one. If Joe Biden could, if Joe Biden gets Georgia, that gets him to 269, right? If he can pick up that, and then you're looking around again. Can he come back here? Doesn't look that way, but we'll keep counting votes in Maine's 2nd congressional district. So the big prize is Pennsylvania. Yeah. So can we? Your question, I think, if you boil it down, is today the decisive day? We can't say that for certainty. We just can't. We have to keep counting. But there's the potential if they speed up the count in Pennsylvania a little bit, and if we get Georgia, and then if one of the western states, southwestern states, gives us a little bit more, perhaps. We'll at least know the trend lines. We will have a much better sense of the trend lines if Joe Biden overcomes the president's leads in Pennsylvania and in Georgia. At least we'll know the trajectory. We might not be at the finish line.
Yeah, and Nevada, too, with that slim lead. It's just fascinating to watch, waiting for numbers there. John, thanks very much. Aaron, Georgia, I mean, the whole thing is just fascinating to watch.
Right. I mean, there is no state that is more important than another right now. They're all equally juggling them in the air to see which ball is going to land first with some answers here. So, just moments ago, Anderson and I, all of you, were sitting here watching the Georgia Secretary of State saying there are over 61,000 ballots that need to be counted throughout that state. And the margin between Trump and Biden is razor thin. Just moments ago, it had narrowed even a little bit more. So the big question is, when are we actually going to know what these numbers are? Richard Barron is the Fulton County Elections Director. Fulton County includes Atlanta. And of course, Richard, we have been seeing your updates. I know you're exhausted. I know you haven't slept because you've been trying to get answers for us on all of this. So where are you in Fulton County? I know we were anticipating an update from you around 11. Do you have the final tally?
We sent thumb drives over to our warehouse probably about 20 minutes before I got on this call, and we'd scanned 140,083 ballots as of before I got on this call with you. So we're close to being done. I think within 2,000 at this point.
So within 2,000. Okay, so just to make sure I have the comparables right, you're saying 20 minutes ago you sent all these ballots over for tabulation, I would presume, right? And
yeah, we sent them over for, yes.
Okay, so the number that we had from your Secretary of State a half an hour ago was that you had 11,200 ballots outstanding in Fulton. You're saying that that's now down to about 2,000. Is that right? Apples to apples?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, all right. So now I understand that. That's obviously really important. So how long do you think it takes for that tabulation to happen over at the actual counting center? Do you have a sense of that, Richard?
Once it arrives, there usually is a really low percentage of the ballots that get adjudicated by the vote review panel. Once those are adjudicated, the tabulation doesn't take any time, and then we publish those. So the results may be up already. If not, it'll be momentarily.
All right. So momentarily, look, the whole country, the whole world's watching to see that from Fulton County. One other question, though, Richard, because I know when you say you've counted all in about 143,000, you've got 2,000 left to go. I had the understanding that there was an additional group of ballots, provisional overseas military. Do you know how many those are? Are those included in your numbers, or would that be a separate group that may end up mattering if this really is indeed that tight?
We will take care of any UOCAVA that come in. Right now we don't have any outstanding UOCAVA, but we can receive some today and tomorrow. And the provisional ballots are being researched and processed now, and then we will tabulate those tomorrow. We have, I believe, 2,893 provisional ballots, and we don't have any UOCAVA to process right now. They're all within the absentee ballots that we're processing.
Okay, so then again, just to make sure I have the math right, because the math here may be so important, your overall sort of unknown right now, you've got a bunch being tabulated, but your overall unknown is about 4,800, 4,900, correct?
Yes, that sounds right.
Okay. All right. Thank you very, very much for laying that out so clearly. We're going to be awaiting those results momentarily. And Richard, thank you for your time. All right. So we're waiting for those to come up. That's going to be crucial. You now have an exact sense of what these numbers are. That is Georgia, Fulton County in Atlanta. Just ahead, Pennsylvania's Attorney General on the legal challenges to the count there. We will be right back.
As you just heard, Aaron was interviewing an election official from Fulton County in Georgia. We are expecting to see some results momentarily from Fulton County. That is the Atlanta area. And obviously that is very important to see where this race is going in the state of Georgia. Let's go back to John King. So what are the latest results? Where do things stand right now as we wait for this latest batch?
And so we think we could get those momentarily, Anderson, and it's a hugely significant moment in the count in Georgia in the sense that you look, the president's lead is 18,146. Aaron was just talking to the election director here, Fulton County. That is the largest county in Atlanta. It's about 10% of the statewide vote. It has Atlanta and it has the suburbs around it, and as you see, it is voting disproportionately for Joe Biden, more than 70%. There were, when we last talked, 11,200 votes there. The election official telling Aaron he expects 9,000 of them. They're at the tabulation center right now. So we will get momentarily 9,000 more votes. 9,000 more votes here. Joe Biden has been winning at least 70% of them, right? So just do the math at home. 9,000, if Joe Biden won them all, he's not going to win them all, but if Joe Biden won them all, you can cut that lead in half. So the question is, Joe Biden is going to win, we assume, if trends continue as they have been overnight, the overwhelming majority of those votes in Fulton County. How much, when those 9,000 are tabulated, how much does that lead shrink? And then we'll know what's left, right? There'll still be a couple thousand account in Fulton County. And then over here in Chatham County, we know there are 17,000. I'm going to check my notes because we're at decisive moments here. I want to make sure I get it right. 17,000 still to be counted here in Chatham County, which is going Democratic, right? You see 58% to 41%. Joe Biden, we know, needs about 2/3 of the remaining ballots. So we're going to see, number one, how many does he get of these 9,000 in Fulton County? And how much does that shrink the percentage Joe Biden needs? If he gets an overwhelming number of these 9,000, cuts that statewide lead down significantly, then the math gets better for Joe Biden. It's pretty simple. We need those votes to know.
Hey, John, you said Chatham County. I just want to be sure. I think you might have said 17,000. There's 1,700 in Chatham County.
1,700. I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. I have a card in front of me. We'll come up here. So that's a much smaller number then. So
well,
obviously,
hold on. I'm being told it's 17,000. So maybe I'm wrong.
Well, this is, and look, in this time, it's careful, and we'll correct each other and get through this together. And that's what's hard because we're at this decisive moment. So, you have more votes to count here. And the best part about this is that the transparency of the officials coming out and telling us this. Now, when we get to Fulton County, this is going to be incredibly important. Again, you're getting 9,000 of the 11,000 votes any minute now. That will tell us, is Joe Biden still continuing the trajectory he needs? And is he exceeding in this county? He actually needs to exceed what he needs statewide because you can't expect him to do as well when you move out to some of the red counties in Georgia, even if he's winning. One of the things that gets hard when you look at red and blue is you say, well, there's still votes out here, right? Well, there's still votes to be counted here, or there's still votes to be counted here, or there's still votes to be counted here. And you think, well, the president's going to get those. Well, yes, but we do know that Joe Biden in the absentee balloting, the mail-in balloting, is doing well. Even in places where he's losing, he's doing better in that type of balloting, the mail-in ballots. But this, again, is we're going to just take this one step at a time because we are so close to the potential of knowing what's happening here. Georgia alone cannot settle this race, don't get me wrong. But if Joe Biden takes Georgia away from the president, it makes the president's math incredibly difficult. So that's why this is so significant. Again, you're talking about 10% of the statewide vote. You're talking about a place Joe Biden is getting well in excess of 70% of the vote, even a higher percentage among these mail-in ballots as they're counted. So when we get those 9,000, we're going to have a very good sense of if Joe Biden's math is continuing and if his path to cutting into that lead is continuing. And again, this lead has been shrinking every time we get a big report of a large number of votes from any of these counties, but particularly the blue counties, Atlanta and the suburbs around it. We've been cutting into the lead. And this is a decisive moment, which is why both campaigns are so anxious, as Georgia and Pennsylvania are updating on the fly. The states out in the West, we're going to have to wait a little bit more. It's going more slowly out there.
You know, in some states, in Pennsylvania, military ballots can be, I think they have 10 days or so in order to come in. Do you have a sense, just through history, has that ever really made a difference? I'm not sure the total number of military ballots in a state like, in a Commonwealth like Pennsylvania.
Right. You can go back to 2000 in Florida, which was settled by 537 votes. If you get that close, you can find some state races in history. If we ever had a presidential race where you're waiting to the last minute, 2000 is the only one in my memory where you're thinking you're going to have to find every last ballot. And in that case, they fought over a lot of ballots. The two campaigns did. But that will be a question. So again, it's not a question we're going to settle today, but we might have a better answer at the end of the day. So you're looking at 18,000. State like Georgia, several military bases here, a great military tradition across Georgia and across many other states, but a very high percentage of military tradition here because of the number of military installations in the state. So you're raising a question. If it's down to several hundred at the end of the day, then we're going to have to wait and let the clock run out and see how many more ballots come in. We're going to have to be patient and see. If it's a couple thousand, then you ask officials, what was the universe of ballots requested by the military? And once you know the universe of possible votes still to come in, you can just do the math and say, is it enough to be decisive? And if it is, you wait. If it's not, then we'll know.
In terms of North Carolina, it looks pretty much I know you said it had been tightening a little bit, but the president has a comfortable lead there.
It's 76,737 votes. It's 50 to 49 if you round up Joe Biden's total. So it's a very competitive state. But one of the things you look for is, unlike these other states, Anderson, Pennsylvania has been moving toward Joe Biden. President's still ahead. Georgia has been moving toward Joe Biden. The president is still ahead. North Carolina has been pretty stubborn. It's come down in little fits and starts, and you count here and you count there. But the president has a healthy lead here. And the indicator I take from this is you email people, call people in the state and ask them. But when you ask the two campaigns, the Biden campaign says count all the votes. We'll keep an eye on it. But there is no sense in the Biden campaign that this one is going to flip. They hope it does. They want to count all the votes. But there's a lot of anxiety and anticipation when it comes to Georgia, when it comes to Pennsylvania, when we move out west to Arizona and Nevada. You're not getting, I'm going to have this conversation right now. When we're done, I'm not going to get a text from the Biden campaign saying, hey, why did you say that about North Carolina? Because they think it's going to stay that way. Right. That doesn't guarantee that it does. We'll count all the votes. But the campaigns, understand, we know what we know. We have reporters on the scene. We're talking to these officials all the time. The campaigns know even more than we do because they have people in the key counties. They have their own data analytics teams, and they're pushing it. Again, the Biden people will say, keep counting the votes here. But in doing their math, how are we going to get from 253, where they are now, to 270? There's not a lot of conversation about North Carolina in the Biden campaign. You can be certain of that.
We are waiting, as John said, some 9,000 votes from Fulton County, from the Atlanta area. Very interesting. As soon as they come in, we'll go back to John to see how it changes things in Georgia and nationwide. Let's go back to Erin.
All right, yeah, because as you say, razor thin, 18,586 about, I think. The margin in Georgia now might be moved down 500, but that Fulton County 9,000 could really matter as they're counting. Okay, so David Chalian and Nia join us now just to talk about this latest reporting. I want to ask you, Nia, that we're getting in from Caitlin about the president, that the president's team, it has started to sink into them that these numbers are not going in their favor, right? The margins are narrowing. You look at what's ahead in Pennsylvania, it is going to narrow. And yet the president is defiant and in denial, wanting new legal strategies, telling his children, instructing his children to go out and cast doubt on the validity of the vote. And yet we haven't yet heard from him, physically speaking here about it.
That's right. He's been tweeting a bit. I think he tweeted something a few hours ago, stop the counting now. You see a real divergence here. President Trump thinking he can create his own reality, and the folks closest to him, particularly his children, are trying to carry that out for him. Whatever his wishes are, you see them in Pennsylvania and in Philadelphia and specifically trying to do his bidding. But then you see that these sort of institutions here are holding. The voting is continuing. primarily because if you're a Republican official, on the ballot, perhaps in some of these down ballot races, you do want a legitimate process. You do want the counting to continue. I think David Perdue, who's on the ballot in Georgia, said he wants the counting to continue. And if it goes to a runoff, he's perfectly fine with the runoff. He thinks he'll win in a runoff. So this is really interesting to see the president try to do what he always does, create his own reality, be on a fantasy island, invite as many people to that fantasy island as he can. And at this point, it really is down to a select few people with this president as he watches his lead dwindle in some of these states. I mean, this was his strategy to discount those mail-in ballots. I wonder if he is regretting essentially telling his voters not to do mail-in balloting. And now you see mail-in balloting are really making a difference in some of these states.
And you're getting totally mixed messages out of the Trump White House, David, right? I mean, you're getting Trump saying, stop the counting. But then obviously they want the counting to continue out west. You have people like Kellyanne Conway saying, if it takes 3 days or 3 weeks, who cares? We want to know a winner, right? The messaging is all over the map, and that does itself reflect a state of disarray.
It does. And let's just make something really clear, Aaron. This notion that Donald Trump seems to be sharing with friends on the phone and his family members that he thinks that Joe Biden is stealing this election because these votes are coming in. There is no stealing of this election going on. There's vote counting going on. And and it is just amazing how much he has convinced himself that what he's witnessing, instead of being actually the very core of our free and fair democracy, right? A free and fair election, the very core of our democracy, the foundational principle, its critical building block, he actually is convinced that that process is somehow stealing the election because these vote totals in some of these states are going in Joe Biden's direction. But as you know, in Arizona, they're going in Donald Trump's direction. And so that's why you have Kellyanne Conway out there saying, like, let all the votes be counted. It's just so... I know it doesn't surprise anyone anymore, but it is so disheartening to hear the President of the United States speak that way about the very thing that is at the center of who we are as a democracy.
And yeah, I also just wonder whether his team will, they've prevented him from coming out and speaking, right? We saw the tone of what we got on election night when he did, right? Talking about stealing the election and cheating. But will they be able to prevent him from doing something that could be quite damaging, frankly, at this point, as these final counts do come in?
Well, so far, so good. He made that initial statement, and you saw Republicans really push back on him. Also, I think what has been good is that his supporters, his followers, haven't been out in the streets, haven't been really raising a ruckus. You did have that incident in Arizona, but by and large, some of the uprisings that people might have feared haven't happened yet. There clearly isn't a winner at this point, so we hope that continues after there is a winner declared, but the president doing what he always does, being paranoid, trafficking in conspiracy theories, and tweeting those things, and then having people with the last name Trump advance those theories, which obviously, as David said, have no basis in reality at all.
All right. Thank you both very much. And next, Pennsylvania's Attorney General is going to join us, give us the very latest sense of the race there, legal developments, and votes outstanding. We'll be right back. Okay, all eyes on 2 states this hour. Georgia, we are expecting results shortly from the Atlanta area. A significant chunk of ballots coming in the Atlanta area that we'll see what happens to this razor-thin margin right now in Georgia, where the president is ahead by about 18,000 votes. And in Pennsylvania, ballots being counted. The margin there has been shifting. There are legal challenges flying. I want to go to the Pennsylvania Attorney General, Josh Shapiro. Attorney General Shapiro, good to talk to you this morning. Okay, so let's just start with the big picture. Last understanding we have is you have about 700,000 votes outstanding in the state of Pennsylvania. Where are you right now?
Yeah, that's probably more of a question for the Secretary of State in terms of the exact number. But what I'll tell you is she indicated last evening that she felt that the lion's share, the vast majority of these ballots would be counted by the end of the day today. And so the people of Pennsylvania, the people across America who are looking to some answers from Pennsylvania should have a better sense of that by the end of the day.
Okay, that is the bottom line. That is what people want to hear. But then we get to the other thing that I mentioned, right? Some of the legal challenges and other questions. So let me ask you about Allegheny County. New York Times is just reporting, Attorney General, that 35,000 uncounted mail-in ballots are there in Allegheny County, right? That's a real chunk of change. But that the election staff is taking the day off from counting them for other administrative work. Can you confirm that and explain to us why, if that is indeed happening?
Yeah, I can't confirm that. I can tell you that County Executive Rich Fitzgerald has been on top of this count, on top of the ballot issues. I'm sure they have a very good reason for why they are handling it the way they are. They've had a good process. They've gone through that process, and I'm sure they'll be reporting these numbers just as soon as they can.
Okay, so unable to confirm that. Let me ask you then about legal challenges here from the Trump campaign. They have indicated they're pursuing at least 2 lawsuits against your Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, asking the U.S. Supreme Court to intervene to stop mail-in ballots that legally arrived after Election Day from counting. So what happens from here? I know you've been segregating ballots, right? So in case there is a legal challenge that forced some of them to count and others not. But what are you doing right now?
Yeah. So let's talk about this, Aaron. I mean, the first thing I got to say, the campaign is over, Aaron. The spin, all that kind of stuff, like, let's be done with that. The fact is that the American people here in Pennsylvania, they voted. And now we are focused on counting those votes. I've said many times with you and on this network, we're going to secure, protect, and count all these votes. We're counting them now. It would appear that the Trump campaign issued a press release and is moving to intervene in that matter before the United States Supreme Court. Now, what's really important for folks to know, and why I think we got to just sort of take a deep breath and calm down, is that on 2 separate occasions, the United States Supreme Court had this matter before them and refused to take it up. And the real question here, the real issue here, is whether a ballot that is postmarked by Election Day and then received on Wednesday, Thursday today, or Friday tomorrow before 5 o'clock, whether that can be counted. That question is a question of state law that went up to our state Supreme Court, which is our highest court here in the Commonwealth, and it was heard and decided by the state Supreme Court that those ballots are legal and they will be counted.
Right. And of course, there are other states that have those same laws, also laws that were set, as you point out, by GOP legislatures. So Trump's deputy campaign manager, Justin Clark, has said that bad things are happening in Pennsylvania. Democrats are scheming to disenfranchise and dilute Republican votes. Obviously that's a baseless thing. I understand you're counting votes and you're counting everywhere, but they have provided no credible evidence that any such thing is occurring. But what is your response when things like that are being put out there to cast doubt on results?
Yeah, Aaron, you kind of answered the question with the way you phrased it, which is, there is no legitimacy to those comments. My response as the chief law enforcement officer of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is that we're following the law here in Pennsylvania. We're counting these legal votes. Aaron, I want to tell you what people are counting all across Pennsylvania right now. And by the way, these are clerks, these are folks from our neighborhoods that are out there doing a great public service. What they're doing is the ballots that were mailed a week ago, or 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, because someone was afraid of COVID and didn't want to stand in line at the polls, or someone that dropped off their ballot at a drop box at the local government office building or what have you. Those ballots were arranged, they were processed, and now they're being counted. They are every bit as legal as the ballots that were cast on Election Day. They will be counted here in Pennsylvania. We will follow the law. We're not going to get into any kind of back and forth on the rhetoric or the politics. As I said before, the campaign is over. Now it's time to count the votes. And what I will tell you is we will respect the will of the people of Pennsylvania. Whoever gets more votes in that election will be deemed the winner by the Commonwealth, and we will respect the will of the people. And that's the law. That's how the process works, and that's what we'll do here.
All right, Attorney General, thank you very much for your time. So despite some of these questions, Anderson, he is still saying they anticipate a result by the end of the day today.
Yeah, and again, just such an important thing to continue to point out. What we are seeing is the votes being counted. It's not new people voting, new votes being cast. It is the votes being counted. New numbers from Georgia. Aaron, you had talked to an official from Fulton County. The lead for President Trump now in Georgia has gone from 18,146 to 14,857. That means the lead the president has currently in Georgia has shrunk by 3,289 votes. Back with John King. John, we had heard from an official in Fulton County that they were sending over about 9,000, the results of about 9,000 ballots that they had counted. I'm not sure if this change is from all of those. Do we know?
It's 6,000 if you round. It's 4,653 votes for Joe Biden in the latest count, Anderson, 1,364 votes for President Trump. So as you noted, the impact of that, the net, when you do the math, is 3,289 cut off what was the president's lead. So the Fulton County official told Aaron, a half hour ago, they were about to tabulate 9,000 ballots. That's about 6,000 ballots. So we're waiting. Obviously, it takes time. They have to run through the machine and count them. So there could be more. But the trend line, again, is clear. Again, down to 14,857, so just shy of 15,000 votes. Every time one of these blue, either this is Fulton County, which is Atlanta, and the suburbs around it, and the suburbs around the blue here, every time one of these counties reports new votes, as they count these votes, we see the president's lead shrinking. And so you see in Fulton County, the former vice president's getting nearly 73% of the vote to 26% of the president. So we're waiting, and we knew there were 11,000. He told us we were going to hear about 9 soon, so we get 6. So we're waiting. We could any second now get 3,000 more votes, and then there's more to come.
Right. We should also point out he had said that there were about, I think, 2,000 or so still to count in Fulton County. So there's if there's so 2,000 more that they have yet to count, but we should shortly hear about these other few thousand.
Right, so they had 11,000. He said 9,000 were at the tabulation center. We now have 6,000 of those in. So we're waiting for the other 3 of the 9 they sent over. I'm going to confuse people. So 3 there, and then the 2,000 you mentioned. So we're waiting for about 5,000 more votes. We're waiting for about 5,000 from Fulton, just Fulton County. And again, every time Fulton County reports more votes, Joe Biden is cutting, and proportionately, significantly, from this into the president's lead. So we're waiting there. We think 5,000 more or so from Fulton County. And then if you go through, again, we're also told there are still 7,300 votes to count here in Gwinnett County. And you see Joe Biden is winning the county with 58% of the vote. That's the overall count. In the mail-in balloting, he has been getting a higher percentage than that. We're waiting for votes there. And you come back out, and we double-checked this since last time we talked.
Yeah, you were right, 17,000.
Over here, along the coast, 17,000. That's a lot of votes, right? Now, especially you think 17,000 votes here. Joe Biden is winning the county with 58% of the vote if you round it up. He tends to be getting higher percentages among the mail-in ballots. That is the bedrock of Democratic support. So, but just assume he's getting 58% of those votes, perhaps higher. When there's 17,000 of those, you still have several thousand here in the blue suburbs in Atlanta and around Atlanta, the city of Atlanta and the suburbs around it. You see the president's lead is now below 15,000. We have a very interesting few hours ahead of us as Georgia now is starting to report more and more of these votes. And again, if you go back to last night, or especially midnight Tuesday, the president had a giant lead. There's a reason he's tweeting "Stop the count." He's watching what's happening, and his people are telling him it does not look good.
Given the number of votes left in the state of Georgia, it does seem like by the end of today, we should have a much clearer picture of what's going on in Georgia.
Right. If it keeps going the way it's going, again, Joe Biden needs to win about 2/3. That's a ballpark number. When they tell us there's 60,000 votes out there, is that 59,500? Is it 61,200? Yeah, we don't have exact numbers, nor do the officials, and we have to give them grace. They're doing the best they can as they check in with every county and count these votes. But the Secretary of State's office told us ballpark 60,000 votes. If that's your ballpark number, Joe Biden needs to be getting 2/3, roughly. Could be 64%, could be 66%, but the ballpark is right in there. He has been performing at that rate or better, Anderson, as we count these votes.
Hey, John,
the question is, does it continue?
Kate Baldwin's got new information in Allegheny County. Let's go to Kate. Kate, what have you learned in Philadelphia?
Hi there, Anderson. We've confirmed that Allegheny County, which is of course the home of Pittsburgh, they are pausing on their counting of the outstanding ballots that are still out there today. We're talking about a universe of 35,000 ballots, and Allegheny is putting a pause on it. We found out because, in large part, it appears due to a pool of 29,000 ballots that are caught up in a legal challenge over ballots were then issued to those same voters. There's a legal challenge that this pool of 29,000 ballots is wrapped up in. And because of that legal challenge, there had been an agreement that those ballots were not going to be counted or gone through until Friday, tomorrow, at after 5 p.m. There's also then 6,000 ballots that I'm told were not able to be processed, and because of that, they were going to need to be gone through manually. With all of that in mind, Allegheny County is not counting ballots today. They will be back in to resume work at the return board. Will resume their work tomorrow, beginning at 9 a.m. There was an internal communication that we received internal communication that we were able to look at that did say that and I'll read you a quote here, that they said that the election division staff will be using the day, meaning today, to do administrative work. I'll tell you, Anderson, I spoke to a councilwoman, an Allegheny County councilwoman just now. I just got off the phone with her. And she basically said she wants to make sure everyone knows there's nothing malicious going on here. Because if you think about it, if 29,000 votes can't be counted until tomorrow, there's not a lot to do for the return board. But she did say that she thought it was frustrating. She'd also like to know herself what they're doing with the day, because she did not understand what administrative work meant. She would like to get some more information herself, and she thought it was frustrating that there wasn't more information out there, especially with the understanding that everyone's eyes are on Pennsylvania, but making very clear that she said to me very clearly, this is not a vacation day. But that's the very latest from Allegheny County, Anderson.
Let me just this is really so important, what's going on in Pennsylvania. So let's just go over the numbers just again. Yes. Allegheny County, so 29,000 ballots, which are yes, votes that have been cast, but there was a legal challenge to them. Those have been set aside, and there was a pause on counting them, correct?
Yes, there's a pause. The way it was described to me is because of the legal challenge that all parties came to an agreement that those 29,000 would be set aside, and they would not be, I'm just going to say dealt with, if not counted, until after the deadline for all mail-ins to come in, which we all know is 5 p.m. Friday. They were not going to take a look at this pool of ballots until after that point.
Right.
So that is what we know with those 29,000.
And then there was another group, you said, of 6,000.
Yes, so then there's another group of 6,000 ballots that, from my understanding, they could be counting today. They are ballots that they were too creased, that they wouldn't fit into the scanner correctly. All of the little things that can trip up the process. It sounds like there's about 6,000 of those that would need to be handled manually. They're also not being counted today, as they're not doing counting today, and that we will then assume will then pick back up when they get back to work with the counting tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m.
And are there any other votes?
Say, Anderson,
sorry,
we are seeking. Go ahead. Sorry.
Are there any other ballots uncounted? You've talked about the 29,000 set aside. You've talked about the 6,000 that have creases on them that are not being dealt with right now. Do we know how many other outstanding votes there are in Allegheny County?
So I'm going to pull up my latest communication that I got to make sure that we're fully accurate. The number that I have of outstanding is 35,413. And that includes the 29 and the 6.
Right, got it.
So okay, that's kind of generally speaking, and it's all approximates. The six include 2,250. I don't want to kill everyone with right, every number, but that's the universe they're looking at right now.
But
just
that's important.
Over 35,000 ballots not counted.
Right. So most of the ballots that have not been counted in Allegheny County are this 29,000 batch, which there's a challenge on, and this 6,000 that have issues with them as well. That seems that comes very close to the 35,000 number. So good information there. Kate,
that's exactly right.
Yeah. Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah. Of course. No, I was just going to say, and so there are definitely questions of what our Allegheny County election officials and the in the return board, what kind of administrative work are they doing today? But for sure, you can rest assured that they are starting back up.
We are getting new numbers now in Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at that. Let's put those on the screen. The president's lead has narrowed by about 14,000 votes. 14,000 votes less for President Trump. Let's go to John King, who's standing by. John, do we know where those votes have come from?
The trajectory, I'll walk into that in just a second, but the trajectory there, Anderson, tells you why those 35,000 votes that Kate just talked about out in Allegheny County could be decisive. When you look at a lead that is now 121,000 plus, let's round it up to 122,000, and it is shrinking by the hour as more votes come in. So Allegheny County is what Kate is talking about. Pittsburgh and the area around it, you see how blue it is. You see Joe Biden getting close to 60% of the vote. We know in those mail-in ballots he has been performing even better in numbers like that in most of Pennsylvania. So 35,000 ballots could very well be very important as we get closer to the finish line in this count. We also should just prepare our viewers for this, especially because the margins are tightening in many places. Sometimes it's the state Republican Party, sometimes it's the Trump campaign. They're going in to challenge things, and we're going to go through that. So most of the ballots that we're waiting for are coming over here. So I just want to check. In Philadelphia, we're up to 83%. Now, that's a slight uptick, and you see Joe Biden moving up the math a little bit there. This is where the game right now is. I shouldn't use the term game because the consequences are so important. But this is where you have the biggest outstanding votes still to be counted in the city of Philadelphia, which, again, I showed you how well Joe Biden was doing in Allegheny County. Well, he's doing even better in Philadelphia, 80%. So this is, Anderson, where it's going to play out, and that's why Kate is there, even though she's doing reporting statewide for us. Montgomery County up to 95%. Bucks County now, this is more of an even split moving up there. So it's the central Philadelphia area where we're waiting for the biggest number of votes because it just has the biggest basket, so it can move the numbers the most. But there are still other ballots we're going to count throughout the day in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The issue is, you see the challenges out in the western part of the state. We know the Trump campaign has been complaining a lot in the southeast part of the state, especially the city of Philadelphia. I expect this in Georgia as well, and expect this out west. This is so close, and this could be a decisive day. And the president's lead in a state he absolutely cannot afford to lose. Without these 20, President Trump does not win re-election. So just it's going to get very bare-knuckled, especially if that lead keeps shrinking at the rate it is shrinking. Watch for the fights and the contests and the contentiousness to increase. The volume's already up. The dial's going to turn.
And from what Kate is saying, we're not really going to be getting more votes counted in Allegheny County today. The 29,000 are basically on hold, as are these 6,000, according to officials, the word that Kate has there. John, we'll continue to come back to you. A lot of math happening right now. Combine that with a lack of sleep for pretty much the entire country. Things can get messy. Jim Sciutto is here to help break down the numbers, doing the math for us. So, Jim, let's start with Pennsylvania, where we just got these new numbers.
All right, so get your calculator or your pencil and paper or your Alexa, however you do your math. That's what we've been doing here. And I want to start with this proviso. These are estimates based on what CNN is receiving from these states, and they can change. And we've seen that in Pennsylvania just now there. So until that latest update from Pennsylvania, we had 605,000 uncounted votes in total from the state of Pennsylvania. So 30,000, that takes it down to about 575,000 votes if you take away those votes that are not going to be delayed in their counting till tomorrow. This is the margin that each candidate needs to make up ground there. Joe Biden needs to win 61 to 63% of those outstanding votes. We did the math there. That adds up to somewhere over 350,000 up to 380,000 votes. Donald Trump needs to maintain 37 to 39%. That translates 223,000, 235,000, somewhere in there. Again, these are estimates, but it gives you an idea of how those remaining uncounted votes have to break down to either give Joe Biden that state or President Donald Trump. Let's go to Georgia now. 65,000 uncounted votes. Again, this is an estimate. Joe Biden needs to win 63 to 65% of those uncounted votes to make up his current deficit in that state, which is now below about 15,000. So Biden, of those remaining uncounted votes, again, doing the rough math here, needs to win between 40 and 42,000 of them. Donald Trump, to maintain his lead in the state, needs to win 22 to 23,000 votes. Now, I should note, as you look at the margins in some of those counties, remember, these are urban areas, suburbs that have tended to favor Joe Biden, and mail-in votes which have tended to favor Joe Biden as well.
Anderson, thanks very much. Updated vote counts in these critical battleground states expected throughout the day. We'll have the latest on the road to 270 with John King and the rest of our political team next.
Welcome to our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're back in the CNN Election Center for a third day, awaiting another critical round of votes in the presidential race after tightening in key battlegrounds. Former Vice President Joe Biden aiming for wins in one or two more states that could seal a victory over President Trump. At any moment, we expect new results from Nevada, where Biden holds a lead. It is one of 6 states where the race is still too early to call. We're also keeping a very close watch on Arizona, where Biden's advantage has narrowed, and Georgia and Pennsylvania, where he has significantly cut into the president's lead. The big question, will Biden add to his 253 electoral votes and move closer and closer to winning the number necessary, 270, or will Trump find a path to add it to his current count of 213 and keep this contest going? Let's get a key race alert right now. Look at Pennsylvania right now. Just out, the numbers are shrinking once again for President Trump. With he's got 50.3% to 48.5% for Biden. He is ahead now by 116,000 votes. 92% of the estimated vote is in. 8% of the estimated vote is still outstanding. 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. Look at Georgia right now. Trump's lead has shrunk once again. It's now 14,765. He's got 49.5% to Biden's 49.2%. 98% of the estimated vote in Georgia is in. That means about 2% still outstanding. 16 electoral votes at stake in Georgia. In Nevada right now, it hasn't changed. Biden's lead remains 7,647. 86% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has 49.3%. Trump has 48.7%. 6 electoral votes in Nevada. In Arizona, Biden maintains its lead, although it's shrunk a bit. His lead now is 68,390. 86% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has 50.5%. Trump has 48.1%. 11 electoral votes at stake in Arizona. Let's go over to my friend John King. We're expecting any minute now more results coming in from the key battleground state of Nevada.
And that would be great, because we spent all day yesterday, no criticism, or maybe call it what you will, frustration, that we didn't get anything out of Nevada. Look, we're looking at the map right now. Joe Biden is winning the popular vote quite convincingly, but he's at 253 electoral college votes. He's leading in Nevada, and that's one of the places, Wolf. If he holds the lead in Nevada and wins in neighboring Arizona, Joe Biden is the next president of the United States, even if we're still waiting on Pennsylvania, still waiting on Georgia, and so on. So this is why this state is so important. And it was frustrating, frankly, yesterday that we stayed here the whole time, 49.3 to 48.7, a 7,647 vote lead. Now the Secretary of State and the officials in Clark County, this is where Las Vegas is. This is most of your votes. 70 to 75% of your votes are going to come right here. Vegas and the suburbs around them. What they were saying yesterday is, we understand you're frustrated. We understand this could be a decisive piece of the path to 270. We want to get it right. And so now that we're going to get some of those votes, they will tell us a lot. Clark County is overwhelmingly where most of the votes are going to come from. As I said, as much as 75%, at least 70%. That's what we're waiting on.
John,
there.
Hold on for one moment. Erica Hill is in Clark County in Las Vegas for us. You're getting new information, Erica. What are you learning?
Yeah, well, what we're waiting for this morning, as John pointed out, and you did as well, what we've been waiting for the last 24 plus hours is some updates. So we have the numbers for early in-person voting, some mail ballots that were received prior to Election Day, as well as Election Day numbers. But we are expecting it any minute this morning, and frankly, I just keep hitting refresh here on the Secretary of State's website, are other updated numbers. So those could include some of those mail ballots. Remember, for the first time ever in this state, every active voter was sent a mail mail-in ballot because of the coronavirus. Now, not everybody has to return that ballot. Not everyone has to vote by mail. There were 2 weeks of early voting at each polling location, including on Election Day, drop boxes where you could bring that mail-in ballot in. And even when we get some numbers today, it's important to note there are still more ballots that will be coming in by the U.S. Postal Service in this state through the 10th of November. As long as they have been postmarked by Election Day, they will be received by the 10th. Then they have a couple of days to cure the signatures, and they will then be added. The final tally from those could come as late as November 12th. But again, today, what we're hoping for, more of those numbers that the counties, 17 counties in this state, have sent in the last 24 hours. And as for what we're expecting here in Clark County, which is pivotal, as John was pointing out, we were told yesterday by the registrar that in just about an hour from now at 10 a.m. local time, some of the numbers we will be getting will be those mail-in ballots. How many were received at drop boxes at the 125 polling locations in this county on Election Day? How many were delivered by the U.S. mail on both Election Day and the day after? And how many are left to still be processed that they know of?
All right, Erica, keep hitting refresh. We're going to get back to you momentarily. Sarah Seidner's also out there in Clark County. What are you seeing? What are you hearing, Sarah?
A couple of different things. We're actually expecting to hear from the Secretary of State to give us an update. The first one that we've had in a while, and everybody's waiting to hear from that. And then, as you heard from Erica Hill, we are also going to hear an hour after that something from the clerk here in Clark County. I do want to mention that we just listened to a press conference from the GOP here, who has all these claims about ballots. They are unhappy with being able to actually observe. They are talking about a lawsuit that they want to file in federal court over what they are saying is voter fraud. So they've talked about that, but didn't give a lot of details about exactly what they were talking about, with the exception of one voter who came forward saying that her ballot was taken and she was unable to vote herself because someone, she said, had filled that out. But what we are really waiting for the rest of the population here is 70% of the voters are here in Clark County. And so as Clark County goes, generally the rest of the state goes. Getting new numbers, getting bigger numbers from here will mean a great deal as to who gets those 6 electoral votes. And just to keep in mind, historically, the Republican has not won here. A Republican president has not won here since 2004.
Yeah, every electoral vote counts in a close battle like this. All right, we'll get back to you. You know, John, let's take a look at Nevada right now. And you got Clark County up there, Las Vegas. That's 70, maybe 75% of the vote right there.
Right, and so that's why it's so important. Look, when we get a trend here, and this is interesting. Remember when we were talking about Florida in Miami-Dade County? The Trump campaign, frankly, stunned the Democrats. Joe Biden carried Miami-Dade, but niche marketing, if you will. This is a nationalized election environment. However, some local pitches have worked in South Florida, especially to Latino voters from Cuba, Venezuela, and elsewhere. Socialism, socialism, socialism worked. Out here, it has been lockdown, lockdown, lockdown. The Trump campaign believes, one of the reasons it has said it believes it can come back here. Let's just pull out and look at the statewide numbers. Again, that's not a big lead, 7,647 votes. One of the reasons the Trump campaign thinks it can come back here is because in Vegas and in Reno, they argued, now this is not what Joe Biden says he would do, but the Trump campaign advertising and the messaging was that Joe Biden will shut the country down. He will have an economic lockdown because of the coronavirus. And Vegas and Reno, the travel and tourism industry has been punished severely. All sectors of the economy has, but this is a key test. It's a key test in a part of the state, as Sarah just noted, this used to be a Republican state, or at least a purple competitive state in presidential politics. It has trended blue. This is one of the Clinton states that Joe Biden is trying to hold. That it is competitive makes you watch, right? It still can be competitive. I mentioned Clark. The other big population center is Washoe County.
All right, hold on, John. Erica Hill's getting more information. Let's go check in with her. Erica, I take it you refreshed. What did you learn?
Yeah, so we're getting some slight updates. So remember, it was a really tiny number of votes. It was some 7,647 votes, I believe, that Joe Biden had in his lead over President Trump. I'm just looking at these numbers as, again, I continue to hit refresh on the Secretary of State's website. What we're seeing is that his lead has increased a tiny bit. So before, I believe it was maybe 0.64% that separated the two candidates. Now it looks like 1 percentage point. Some more votes coming in now. Again, I'm just trying to do some quick math in my head, but still about, I would say at this point, about 8,000 votes that separate them. So, a couple of hundred votes that we're seeing there that have been added to Joe Biden's column. But again, this information is going to be coming in throughout the morning. and I'm going to keep hitting refresh.
All right, hold on a moment, Erica. We're getting the numbers here to take a look at this. This is a key race alert in Nevada right now. Biden's lead has increased to 12,042 over President Trump. Biden now has 49.5%. Trump has 48.5%. Remember, 6 electoral votes in Nevada, so it's gone up from 7,647 Biden's lead to 12,042, John King. So that's when every vote counts, that's significant.
Right, what you're watching now is the trend lines. Look, both candidates can get to the finish line without Nevada. But what you're looking at now, when you have Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania essentially left. North Carolina hasn't been called, but the expectation is that will stay in the president's column, is you're trying to take a chess piece off the board. You're trying to keep those six, right? The Biden campaign wants to keep those 6 out of the president's math. The Trump campaign is trying to keep those 6 away from Joe Biden. Again, so you're moving up. What do you want to be happening? You want that to be happening. You're at 7,600. Now you're at 12,000. It's just simple. You want the trajectory. You want to be building your lead, not shrinking. The president's lead is shrinking in Pennsylvania. The president's lead is shrinking in Georgia, and Joe Biden's lead yesterday was shrinking in Arizona as we wait for new numbers there. So that is the source of tension in the campaign war rooms. So that's the direction you want to be heading. Is 12,000 votes enough to get you out of the woods? No. We have a lot of votes to count still. We think, and again, because this was a unique election, everybody in Nevada was mailed a ballot. We don't have an exact number because officials don't have an exact number. They're waiting for them to be returned. But we think we're looking at a ballpark today of 200,000 votes still to be counted, somewhere in that area. So you get a couple thousand, Joe Biden's lead goes up from 7,600 to just over 12,000. That's the way you want it to go. It's not enough yet. A lot more votes to count. But in the campaign headquarters, you're sort of moving the needle. Which way are we going? Our direction or the other guy's direction? If you're the Biden campaign, you're happy with that. But again, you're looking at a one-point race in a state that you thought you would win by a little bit more than that, if not significantly more than that. And again, you come back in time. I just want to bring it out here. You look, that's the popular vote. But you come back here and you look, it was relatively close, right? This state is trending the Democrats' way, but it's not a breakaway state. It's not a guaranteed lock blue state. You see 48, 46 if you round up 4 years ago. A reminder again, 3.3% for Gary Johnson. The third-party candidates had an impact in 2016, not so much in 2020. But we'll watch this play out. Again, if you're in the Biden campaign, this is 6, and we can come over here and look at the math. I mean, again, the reason...
Point out, John, also only 87% of the estimated vote in Nevada is reporting, so there's still 13% outstanding. That opening for a lot of change.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, 12,000 is not... it's better than 7,000. It's better than 7,600. So you're moving in the right direction, but you're by no means out of the woods as we wait for more votes. But again, just to come back to the math here, why does this matter? Joe Biden got to 253 yesterday when he got Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. If you hold Nevada, and if you keep your lead in Arizona, you're the next president of the United States. And Joe Biden is closing the gap in Georgia and closing the gap in Pennsylvania. So Joe Biden still has more options than the president. The president has fewer options. And even if you just take Arizona off the board, if Joe Biden gets that, it's just one less. That's 6. In the Trump campaign, they're looking at a very dwindling path to 270, much more narrow path to 270. Anything Joe Biden takes off the board, that would not be decisive in and of itself, but it just makes the window for the president, the path for the president, so much more narrow. And so it's a takeaway. This was a takeaway for Biden. Trump won it in 2016. This was a takeaway. That was a takeaway. Joe Biden needs to hold that. It was a Clinton state. The president would like to take it away.
David Chalian's got some context about what's going on in Nevada right now. What are you seeing, David?
Wolf, as you know, we got that the additional vote just in, the 12,042 vote lead now for Joe Biden in Nevada, 49.5% to 48.5%, 87% of the vote in, Wolf. But here is what's really important. That additional vote that just came in from Clark County, Joe Biden won about 64% of that vote. Now, before it came in, there were 200,000 outstanding votes. Joe Biden only needed about 46 to 48% of all of the outstanding vote before this update in Nevada to hang on to his lead there and win the state. Well, he just got 64% of the votes that just came in, well ahead of where he needs to run. Now, obviously, more votes to count, but if that is the rate at which Joe Biden is winning this additional vote coming in Nevada, he is performing much better than he needs to in order to hang on to this lead and ultimately win the state, Wolf.
Very interesting indeed. And let's not forget, John, if we take a look at Las Vegas, Clark County in Nevada, as you've been pointing out, that's 70 to 75% of the vote right there.
Right. David's given you the math, and Joe Biden is exceeding his math right now. And that is actually the trend of the campaign right now. In Georgia, Joe Biden is exceeding his math. In Pennsylvania, Joe Biden has been exceeding his math. In a state here where he's ahead, it's absolutely critical to protect your lead. He doesn't have to perform as well as he does in Pennsylvania and Georgia to come back. But again, you're going to get 72, 73, perhaps 75% of the vote here, depending on the turnout meaning mail-in for most people in Nevada participation. But this is it. This is most. If a Democrat can run up a lead here, that's what Hillary Clinton did. If you come back 4 years ago, you run up the lead here, 52 to 42. If you look at that, 52 to 42, then you're looking at 53 to 45 now. Again, the president's percentage is higher than Hillary Clinton, but no third-party candidate. So you're seeing more of it. It's definitely a two-candidate race here. But if Joe Biden can stay at 53, move it up a little bit, move the dial up a little bit in Clark County, you stay there in Clark County, given that it's 70% of the votes, you're most likely going to win the state.
Yeah, and let's take a look at Arizona right now, too, because we're still waiting for more numbers to come in from Arizona. As you point out, Biden's lead actually has shrunk a bit.
Yeah, and we can show you that if you want to go back in time and take a look at it. And we'll bring this out for you to see. Let me punch up Arizona, make sure I'm in the right place. This is Wednesday, as we went from Tuesday, election night, into Wednesday, midnight on the East Coast. You see 207,000 and some change there. Then 1 a.m., it starts to shrink a little bit. By 3 a.m., it's down to 155,800. Then we continue to count the votes. This is a little more, goes down again, and then you come one more time here. This is Wednesday at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's down to 93. Then it falls down Wednesday night, last night down to 79. And then you come out in real time where you are now, which is 68. So you have a lead. And again, the Trump campaign is experiencing this in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, and the Biden campaign is experiencing this in Arizona. You post a lead, you start to get confident, and then you watch it shrink as they count votes.
And 86% of the estimated reporting in Arizona is in. Still plenty of votes outstanding. Let's get a key race alert right now. In Nevada, the numbers just changed a little bit right now. Right now, Biden's lead over Trump in Nevada is 11,791. It's reduced a little bit. It was 12,042. Now it's 11,791. 49.5% to 48.5%. 87% of the estimated vote is in, meaning there's still plenty of votes outstanding in Nevada right now. So you can't read too much into that, John, the fact that it's gone down a little bit to 11,791 from 12,042.
Come over here, right? You're just watching as these votes come in. And look, it's good that they're reporting. We went all day yesterday without getting new votes out of Nevada. So you're going to watch these votes come in, and we're going to go all over the place. We just got some votes here in Elko County. That's one of the reasons things are moving. It's a red county. You see the president getting 76% of the vote, Joe Biden only getting 21% of the vote when you're out. So when you this is some of this. This is why the map has value if you're watching at home. Some of this is fairly follows along. You have a red county. You get some votes. The president's going to move the dial a little bit. Again, if you look at the math, though, here, you're talking about, it's less than 2% of the state population. So the president needs to run it up here. He just, in all these small counties, and, in this way, Nevada, it's a very different state than much of America, but in this way, it's similar. In these smaller rural counties, the president needs to run it up. And you see him doing that. The question is, just for context here, you're looking with 89% of the vote in. The president has 2,100 votes to 477. So this is critically important for the president to run it up here and to run it up where we just got votes here in Elko County. Again, 15,000 votes he's leading with 88%. And just look at the math. This is a big county for the president, right? 15,000 votes. Then you come down to Clark County, 431,000 votes. So this is where you need to win. This is the prize. And if it's close, then all these other smaller county matters. No offense to the other counties in Nevada, but 75% of the vote, 72% of the vote is here, and then another 15% of the vote is here, and Joe Biden is winning. So it's, you take 72 and 15 in a state where 87% of the vote is going to come from these two counties. Joe Biden is leading in most. So in the red areas, the president not only has to win, but run it up, but that still won't be enough. He has to be competitive here and here. You don't have to win, but you have to be very, very competitive and close. And at the moment, that margin is not close enough for the president to win Nevada. That does not mean, as we count the rest of the votes, that he can't narrow the gap. Yeah. But we'll get there. We'll see.
That is going to be important. Let's get another key race alert. Getting some additional changes right now in Nevada. Biden's lead still maintains the lead clearly at 11,458. Went down just a little bit from 11,791. He's still at 49.5% to Trump's 48.5%, but he still maintains his lead of 11,000, almost 11,500 votes right now in Nevada. And those 6 electoral votes, John, in Nevada are important, especially when you add up those 6 to Arizona's electoral vote.
Right, and I'll come over and do that math in a minute. I just want to show you, we're going to get a geography lesson today, especially for people who aren't maybe not familiar with this part of the country. These are where these votes just came in Lyon County. And again, you know, the math moves a little bit. The president, you look at this, and that's impressive. He's getting 69%. But again, just for the context here, this is about 2%, a little less than 2% of the statewide population is here. So if you're the president, you have to run it up. If you move over here to Carson City, it's a little bit bigger here. It's, again, 2% of the population, a little bit tiny bigger than its neighbor. You have to run it up. And that's not actually, that gap's not as big as the president would need it, most likely. And so you're going to look at this again. The major population centers are here and here as you go through this. And I'll just come over here. And again, this is why we're doing this math today, right? This is why it is so important. You have Joe Biden at 253, and it takes 270 to win. So if Joe Biden protects this lead and protects this lead, he's the president of the United States, period. All right? Once you get to 270, you can't take it back. That doesn't mean he wouldn't like to win Georgia and he wouldn't like to win Pennsylvania, but that's it, period, right? So I just want to give you a scenario. This is why in the Biden campaign they're confident, because they're closing the gap here. They believe they have a chance to win Georgia. They're closing the gap here. They're even more confident, even though the numbers are bigger here, there are more votes out. The Biden campaign is expressing confidence it is going to capture the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That would be game over. That would be game over. The president can win without some of these other pieces. The president cannot win without Pennsylvania. He just cannot. So let me come back. I just want to give you a scenario. What if, right? We're doing some what ifs as we go through these states. Let's start with the small one. The president is leading in Maine's 2nd congressional district. Let's say if he gets that. If the president can hold Pennsylvania, he's leading in North Carolina. What if Joe Biden does come back and win the state of Georgia? Well, in a calculation like that, especially if the western states took longer to count, the president, we expect him to carry Alaska. We're waiting for the vote count there. This was where it would get interesting. If the president can come back in Arizona and the president can take Nevada, hello, 269 to 269. You have an election that goes to the House of Representatives. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but in both campaign war rooms right now, that is what they're doing. When they see even 300 votes reported here, 4,000 votes reported there, they're sitting around the campaign war room. It's essentially an electoral college chessboard trying to figure out who's getting what are our chances. And so in the Biden campaign, let me just come back to...
By the way, it goes to the new House of Representatives,
right,
not the current House of Representatives.
It would go to the new House of Representatives.
And they vote by delegations.
They vote by delegation, not by majority. And
correct.
So in that majority, we're not done with the House math yet. Right. In the current House of Representatives, Republicans have an advantage there. We're still counting, and the expectation is they still would, but we don't know that for certain. Now, I did that as a scenario just for people watching at home, but that's why today is so decisive, or could be potentially decisive as we count these votes. Again, the President of the United States cannot win with this. Everything else, you're moving around on the chessboard and you're doing the math. If Joe Biden turns that one blue, not that these don't matter. We talked a bit about this yesterday. In this environment, you just heard our reporters in Nevada saying the Trump campaign is out there challenging ballots, talking about legal challenges. They're going to talk right now. I don't mean this as criticism of either campaign. People say things at news conferences about election integrity, about ballots challenges. It's what they ultimately say in court that matters. Do you take a case to court? What evidence do you put on the record? And the Trump campaign has not done that in most of the places yet. They're just talking about it now. Because once you make an argument in court, if you make one argument here and a different argument here, the problem then is they make their way up through the federal courts and the appellate courts, and you cannot be arguing inconsistent if you expect it to get to the Supreme Court. So you're going to hear a lot of talk in the next couple of days. Listen to it, that's fine. But what matters is not what they say at a press conference and what they say in a court document.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is so critical. Right. Trump can't win without Pennsylvania. If Biden wins Pennsylvania, gets those 20 electoral votes, he's the president of the United States. So let's be clear on that. Votes are still being counted right now in Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. We're about to get more results from the battlegrounds. We're going to check in with the campaigns. Lots going on. We'll be right back. All right, let's get on to the key race alert right now. Two important, very important states, starting in Georgia right now. 98% of the estimated vote in Georgia is in. Look at how close it is. President Trump has a 14,100 vote lead over Joe Biden. It's 49.5% to 49.2%. 16 electoral votes at stake in Georgia. 98%, once again, of the estimated vote is in. Still vote outstanding. 14,000 vote lead. In Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. 92% of the estimated vote in. Still plenty of outstanding votes out there. Trump maintains a lead, but it's gone down to 115,069 over Biden, 50.3% to 48.5%. Trump's lead has gone down significantly over the past 48 hours, as you know, John King. Let's talk about these states right now. Talking about Georgia and Pennsylvania. These are key battlegrounds that could determine who's the next president of the United States.
They absolutely could. And let's start with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania because it's the biggest prize still on the board. It's 20 electoral votes. And as I said earlier, and I'll say it throughout the day, the president cannot win re-election without these 20. The math doesn't work if he loses these 20. It's down to 115,069 votes right now, 50.3 to 48. You see the 92, and you would think normally, under normal circumstances, you would think, okay, if they split the votes at that ratio the rest of the way, the president would be good. But we're not having a normal election. What's being counted now are mail-in ballots. And we know, and we've watched this play out, and I'll show you what I mean in just a second, they are disproportionately, hugely coming in for Joe Biden. So let's look at this lead right now, again, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Let's go back in time, Wolf. Remember that 115,000 right now. So let's go back in time in Pennsylvania. Let's go back to Wednesday midnight. As Election Day Tuesday gave way to Wednesday, the president was 548,000 votes ahead. Then 618,000 by 9 a.m. Wednesday morning. Then watch. Throughout the day yesterday, as these ballots started to come in, down to 435, Wednesday 3 p.m., Thursday this morning, 1:30 a.m., the early morning hours down to 164. 6 a.m. this morning as the sun starts to break its way through, 164,000. 11:36 a.m. down to 135. Live right now down to 115. You just get the sense of momentum there for Biden, and you still have hundreds of thousands of ballots out. And as they are counted, this is what's happening. You come down here, you come down into Montgomery County, 95% is in now. Joe Biden, you see 62% there. That percentage there goes up, but in the mail-in ballots they're counting, he's winning a higher percentage than that. You come into Bucks County, you see the two candidates splitting the votes here. In the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden is making a comeback. What matters most is we're still waiting. This is Philadelphia. This is 12% of the statewide population. This is the biggest population center, the biggest basket, if you will, of available votes. They're still only at 83%. They're still only at 83%. You see Joe Biden, 488,000, right? Let's just go back in time. Hillary Clinton won 584,000 votes in Philadelphia 4 years ago. So you see Joe Biden right now just essentially 100,000 votes shy of that, with votes still to be counted, and the expectation is that turnout will be up. So it is not unreasonable to think Joe Biden is going to get very close, or maybe even higher than that Hillary Clinton total, which is a game-changing event as you count more ballots.
Point
here.
out there's still 17% in Philadelphia County outstanding. Yes. That's a lot of votes out there.
There's enough votes there, and especially in the surrounding suburbs still. Plus, they're waiting. There's been a pause put out here because of some legal challenges. We talked about that earlier. There are going to be lots of these. As the leads shrink, the Trump campaign is mounting legal challenges. There's more votes out to get, too. 35,000 or so votes still to be counted in Allegheny County. So the votes are there. Joe Biden is on a trajectory. If he keeps getting in the mail ballots the percentages he has been getting over the last 24 hours, the math is certainly within possibility. And again, as you watch that, 115,000 votes, the president needs it.
I want to check in with Kate Baldwin. She's checking to see what's going on in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. What are you learning, Kate?
Yeah, there is a... Hey there, Wolf.
Yeah, Kate, go ahead.
Wolf, someone was in my ear. I want to give you an Sorry, well, thank you, of course. I want to give you an update on Allegheny County, which, of course, is home to Pittsburgh, a very big county here in Pennsylvania. They have paused. They have a pause on their counting today with the outstanding ballots. The details here are important. First, the number. There's about 35,000 outstanding ballots to be counted. Within that 35,000, Wolf, there are 29,000 ballots that cannot be counted until tomorrow because of a court order, because of a legal challenge that has been brought about against that pool of 29,000 ballots. It has to do with voters being issued incorrect ballots and then being reissued ballots. There's been a legal challenge to that, so there's a court order that large chunk, 29,000 ballots, cannot be counted until Friday. There's also an additional 6,000 ballots that, according to Allegheny County officials, include everything from some partially damaged ballots to ballots that were overly creased and could not go through the scanner, to ballots that had issues like date issues or signature issues that all need to be reviewed and handled manually. Because of that, they will not be actually putting any more ballots into the scanners until tomorrow. The county officials we spoke with were stressing that this is not a vacation day this Thursday for all of those workers who have been working around the clock to get these votes counted. This has to do with the process of they need to set up. Literally, one official said even to the extent of moving chairs and tables to get them in place for this review board with the process that will begin again tomorrow. That's what's happening in Allegheny right now. But while we were speaking with these officials, we have some interesting new numbers I also wanted to make sure that we get out to our viewers as well. They also now tell us that they have in Allegheny County 500 segregated ballots. Those are the ballots that were received, mail-in ballots, received after 8 p.m. Election Day that can be counted if they're received by Friday. In that county, they have received 500 so far, just for some perspective. I also found interesting when we were told that they believe that they're going to have between 10 and 15,000 provisional ballots. So there are ballots that are coming in that are out there that are going to need to be dealt with. And the pool I find very interesting because 10 to 15,000 ballots, these officials said, was about double of the provisional ballots that they had in the last election. They also said that they've heard from the state that they believe statewide, when it comes to those segregated ballots, Wolf, again, received after 8 p.m. Election Day, those mail-ins that are allowed to be counted by state law up to 3 days after the election when they've been received. They believe that this statewide, across the Commonwealth, there's going to be close to 10,000 of those segregated ballots that need to be dealt with. Getting a much more interesting picture of what kind of outstanding ballots are going to be out there that need to be dealt with. And it's not as simple as we know when we're talking about these legal challenges as receiving and scanning, because there's a lot of disputes that are going on with all of this, Wolf.
Yeah, I know you're working your sources. Excellent, excellent reporting, Kate. Thank you very, very much. Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh. That's what, almost 10% of the population of the state.
Right, and so you're looking at, if you have 35,000 ballots that are in limbo right now, and that's often done when you have a court challenge. When you have a court challenge, the party suing, challenging the ballots, wants to stop them from being counted first. They want a judge's decision, should they be counted, because once they're counted, it's just harder in a democracy to get votes taken off the books, if you will. It's a higher legal bar to hurdle in most cases, unless you can prove something definitive. So they'll test that one out. Just to the point about this, though. So the president has a lead of 115,000 right now. That has been shrinking. There are tens of thousands of ballots out over in this parts of the state. But if you get down to a point where the president's lead is in the 20s, let's say it keeps moving down, well, then obviously those 35,000 ballots become absolutely essential to count. So we're going to have to wait a little bit. It all depends on what the rest of the math is from the rest of the state. But it's a Democratic stronghold. You see the blue on the map. It speaks for itself. Joe Biden expects to win the majority of those votes, and he expects to win actually a sizable majority of those votes. So he will want them counted. Kate raised another point about ballots received after 8 p.m. The state says, under state law, it believes, and it has a couple of court cases, that it can count them. But the United States Supreme Court has, the Trump campaign believes there's an opening to perhaps go back to the United States Supreme Court. So this is complicated for people, but it could be very important. Again, this state could decide the presidency. There could be some court fights even after Pennsylvania gets to the finish line or very close to the finish line. One of the things we're seeing now, because the stakes are so high and because this election is so tight, these are conversations that happen in every election. Provisional ballots. Let's say you requested a mail-in ballot, then at the last minute you thought, okay, I don't trust to mail this. You show up to vote on Election Day, but in the books they say you got a mail-in ballot. They let you cast a ballot. They just put it in a stack of provisional ballots. And then, or they think your address is wrong, and you say, let me have a provisional ballot. There are any number of reasons you ask for a provisional ballot, then they set it aside. And it's so if it is going to be counted in the end, anyone gets to challenge it. Both campaigns can come in and look at it. This is arcane, happens in every election. It normally doesn't matter because you don't have elections settled by 10, 20, or 500 votes. In this case, if we get to that point, we're going to have a fight over 8 o'clock on election night. We're going to have a fight over provisional ballots. We're going to have the challenge we have in Allegheny County, and more, and more. It's just, these things happen in every single election. There's a lot more spotlight on them when they're happening late in a presidential election right now. And again, we're at 115,000 votes right here. Let's go back in time and just watch how this has played out, because, Wolf, this has been very stunning. And we'll come back up to the top here. Again, this was a state that Donald Trump is president because of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. As a Tuesday election night gave way to Wednesday at midnight, he's up by more than 500,000 votes. At that point, you're thinking, okay, Pennsylvania's going to stay in the Trump column. But remember the mail-in uniqueness of this election. They keep counting ballots. Wednesday, 9 a.m., 618,000. You're feeling even better. Wednesday, 3 p.m., it's starting to trend in the other direction. Thursday, 1:30 a.m., this is when the Trump campaign starts saying, whoa. Now, remember, they know the data. They know the mail ballots that are out, but then they're watching them be counted, and you see 6 a.m. there, Then you see 11:36 a.m. today on Thursday, and then you come out as they keep counting. My mistake, hit out of that, come back in to Pennsylvania. You hit out of that into real time. So every time we get new ballots in Pennsylvania in the last 24 hours, the president's lead goes down.
And it's significant. It's not just happening in Pennsylvania, but all these mail-in ballots, because of the coronavirus, in part, people decided they want to mail their ballots in instead of showing up waiting in long lines on Election Day. So Trump is ahead now in Pennsylvania by 115,000 in Pennsylvania right now. But there's only 92% of the vote is in, 8% still outstanding. That, we estimate, is about 600,000 outstanding votes, and a lot of that are the mail-in ballots.
Right, and we know, again, the ratio that Joe Biden needs is now much smaller than it was yesterday. We were saying he needed 2/3 of the votes yesterday. Because he is cleaning that up, now what he needs, the percentages, are shrinking. And so it is more than within the realm of possibility. And again, we keep coming back to the same places. Chester County, 95%. I just keep look here. Montgomery County, 95%. Bucks County, 90%. And then you come down here, again, it's a bit of a broken record, but Philadelphia is 12% of the state, of the population. Democrats think they did a pretty good job of voter turnout in Philadelphia. We're only at 83%. If you're at 83% and you got 488,000 votes, your expectation is when the rest of that comes in, you are going to jump, right? You're going to jump by tens of thousands of votes at a time the president's lead is 115,000. Now, there are more ballots to count as well around the state, at the Commonwealth, and we'll just count them. I mean, today is going to be an interesting day. They're moving. They're moving the ball there, and we'll just see by the end of the day. The Secretary of State has said she thinks some of this will carry over to tomorrow. Kate just told us the Allegheny dispute will carry over likely to tomorrow. The question is, by the end of the day today, is he still in the lead? Has Joe Biden passed him? How big is that margin? And then you're starting to do the math of what's still out.
Pennsylvania, one of those blue wall 3 states, but Michigan and Wisconsin, Biden has already won. Now we're waiting to see what happens in Pennsylvania. Let's go to Georgia, because that is so incredibly close right now in the state of Georgia. Look at this, 14,100 vote lead that Trump has over Biden. 98% of the estimated vote is in, 49.5% to 49.2%. Let's check in on Atlanta, the Atlanta area, which is a big chunk of the state right there.
And so Fulton County, which is Atlanta and the suburbs right around Atlanta, and you can see by the math, 72% of the vote for Joe Biden. We got a bunch of the votes from here earlier. 6,000 votes were counted, and Joe Biden narrowed the lead. Every time they count a big batch of votes in Atlanta and the blue suburbs around it, we see this lead narrowing. That is why it has been dramatic, and we're still waiting for more votes out of Fulton County. But again, you come over here, Fulton County, DeKalb County, they're up to 95% now, but look at that, 83%. So they're still counting ballots in places where Joe Biden is getting 83% of the vote. That's why that lead is shrinking down. You move over here to Gwinnett, they're at 95%. So the count is, they're moving in, but there's still more to be counted. I just want to check down here, Rockdale County, they're at 95%. If you move this way, Henry County here, and you come over here, this is one I was looking at earlier. Now they're up to 92% in Clayton County. So, and Joe Biden's getting, this is where you're looking, because he's getting 85% of the vote in these counties, or maybe higher here. So the math continues, Wolf, but I'll tell you, again, just like Pennsylvania, this lead was overwhelming late on Tuesday night. Now, Joe Biden's in striking distance.
It was hundreds of thousands, and now it's 14,100. We're standing by for a news conference from officials in Nevada, where the vote is very close. Our special coverage continues next.
Lactate.
Hello, world, and welcome to Election Day in the United States of America. Continued reminder that Biden and Trump are competing to get to 270 electoral votes. Neither candidate has achieved that. As of right now, Democrat Joe Biden has achieved 253 electoral votes. President Donald J. Trump has achieved 213 electoral votes. So it is a race for the last competing battleground states. And let me tell you where they are. Nevada. Joe Biden has a narrow lead, just over 11,000, almost 12,000 votes. In Georgia, President Trump has a lead, over 13,000 votes. In Arizona, Joe Biden a lead of almost 70,000 votes. In North Carolina, Trump a lead of 76,000 votes plus. And then in Pennsylvania, the big prize on the board, Donald Trump is at 115,069 votes. But really, given the size of the electorate in those states, those are very, very narrow margins right now, and we are waiting
for all of the votes to come in to determine whether or not we award the states to Trump or to Biden. Let's check in with the campaigns right now. Let's start, of course, with Jeff Zeleny, who is in Wilmington, Delaware, with the campaign of Joe Biden. Jeff, there was a conference call with the campaign manager earlier today with Jen O'Malley Dillon. How are the Biden folks feeling? Do they think that Joe Biden ultimately will get to the magic number of 270?
Jake, they do. There is the same air of confidence that there has been really since election day ended. There is that same confidence because of the numbers, because of the changes we have seen. But there are 5 words from Jen O'Malley Dillon. She's the campaign manager for the Biden campaign. She sent 5 words to supporters: stay patient and stay calm. Those are hers. Is her message, and this is why. They're looking at all of these numbers state by state. They do believe that Georgia is going in their direction. They do not know if they will win it or not, but it is why they sent President Obama there the day before the election, because they saw such a good return in early vote. So they're keeping an eye on Georgia. Arizona is a place that she had a bit of caution for people. She said she believes that their margin there is going to narrow even more. They believe that the president is going to get more votes in Maricopa County, in Phoenix. They do not believe that the ultimate outcome will change. They believe that they, by tomorrow, will have an advantage there because of votes in Pima County, in Tucson. So she is saying that don't be worried about Arizona. It will tighten, and they believe it will expand tomorrow. We will see. We'll let the vote count take care of itself here. But Pennsylvania, of course, is something they have their eye on. They are optimistic about that. But the bottom line here, Jake, they do not believe that there will be a winner declared today. They say at least tomorrow. So this parking lot you see behind me here, which was a victory rally set for Tuesday night, is still here gathering a bit of dust. They do not think they'll use it today, but still optimistic.
All right, Jeff Zeleny with the Biden campaign in Wilmington, Delaware. Thank you so much. Let's check in with Jim Acosta. He's at the White House. And Jim, we are hearing from the Biden people, be patient and be calm. Those are not really the vibes I'm getting from President Trump, patience and calm.
That's not the feel here, Jake. Let me just tell you, we've not heard from the president so far out in front of the cameras, but the president is making his presence known in his social media bunker. He has been tweeting in all caps, and now we have a statement in all caps from the Trump campaign from the president. We can show you what this says. He says, if you count the legal votes, I easily win the election. This is a statement from the president. If you count the illegal and late votes, they can steal the election from us. That's a statement in all caps from the president right now. Listen, obviously the president is continuing to question the legitimacy of this election, but if you talk to aides and advisors inside and outside the campaign, some of them will tell you a different story. Some of them are expressing confidence that they're going to pull this out, but some will tell you a different story. When those numbers started to bump up for Joe Biden in Nevada, I just heard from a Trump advisor a few moments ago who said, listen, the president is running out of options here. This is an indication the president is running out of options. When we talk about Georgia, talk to a separate Trump campaign advisor who said it is looking increasingly bleak in Georgia for the president in that state, which is just a stunning development to think that President Trump could lose the state of Georgia. So there is a growing pessimism inside the campaign. They still feel like there is a chance, there is a narrow path to the presidency. One more time for Donald Trump. That's how the president sees it at this point. He's calling allies, he's calling family members, trying to, gin up enough outrage out there to potentially, by the will of the president himself, change the outcome of this election. But one other thing I want to note, Jake, and I think this is an indication of where things are heading and the mentality that is taking shape inside the Trump campaign. There are some aides and advisors who are starting to talk about the potential, not only that the president is going to lose this election, but that he may mount some sort of resurrection run in 2024. This possibility has been discussed, I'm told, inside the Trump campaign by some aides and advisors, and that some have even talked about it with the president himself. That obviously is something that's way off into the future, but it's an indication that they're starting to feel like perhaps they're running out of time inside the Trump campaign, Jake.
All right, Jim Acosta at the White House, thanks so much. And let's discuss this. And before we do, I just want to make sure people out there understand. We have been saying for weeks that this election was in all likelihood not going to be decided on election night, that there were going to be tens of millions of vote-by-mail ballots that would need to be counted. And in order to do so responsibly, it was going to take some time. We'd been told that by Pennsylvania. We'd been told that by Arizona. We'd been told that by Nevada election officials. And that is exactly what we're seeing.
Turns out we're in a pandemic, and because of that, this is a pandemic election. Things move more slowly, but more importantly, a lot of people, millions of people, took advantage of new laws in their states, including battleground states, to vote from their perspective more safely, and that meant sending in ballots by mail or putting them in drop boxes.
And there's nothing nefarious about it.
But you know what we didn't probably realize as we were leading into this? We knew that this was going to be a closely divided election, but the sheer number of battlegrounds that we have right now as we sit here, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania, all still undecided, is what is causing everyone to be so on edge. The margins in all of those states are very, very narrow. So there is a lot of uncertainty about a very small number of ballots, and it's causing people to feel anxious. But the only resolution to this is to have the ballots be counted.
Exactly. And that is why, despite the public bluster from the Trump campaign, despite the fact that they are trying to bend the narrative to prepare for the possibility that the president loses, that's just not what's going on here. There have been no reports of nefarious situations in any of these places, which for the most part are really transparent as they count these votes.
They have Republican officials observing in all of them.
Exactly.
And I have confidence. Look, the courts are going to sort out what's being. They're going to on the level, but at the same time, what I'm really concerned about is the disinformation universe that is continually being fed and created by the president and his allies. People are believing it. Last night in Maricopa County, the president's supporters showed up yelling about a Sharpie conspiracy theory.
Correct.
These things are starting to matter.
Yeah, and some of them were armed. We're following the count in all the battleground states, including Nevada, where officials are about to hold a news conference. We are expecting some new vote numbers there. Our special coverage continues next. Stay with us.
At T-Mobile, we have a plan built.
We're back with our continuing election coverage. I'm Wolf Blitzer. Right now, former Vice President Joe Biden is gaining votes and momentum in 3 of the battlegrounds that could decide if he wins the White House and defeats President Trump. We're expecting more results out of Nevada at any moment now after Biden increased his lead there just a little while ago. He also has made gains in Georgia and Pennsylvania, dramatically shrinking the president's advantage in those states. Right now, it's still too early to call races in 6 states, and that includes Arizona, another battleground that could potentially close the deal for Biden. The Democrat looking to build on his 253 electoral votes to hit the winning number of 270. The president has 213 electoral votes. And he's launching multiple legal challenges right now as he sees his options narrowing and narrowing. Let's get a key race alert right now. And let's start in Georgia right now. 16 electoral votes, 98% of the estimated vote is in. Look at how close it is. Trump has a lead over Biden by 13,540 votes, 49.5% to 49.2%. Very close in Georgia. In Nevada right now, 88% of the estimated vote is in. Biden's lead is 11,787, 49.4% to 48.5%. We've got our reporters who are watching what's going on in Georgia and Nevada right now. Victor Blackwell's in Atlanta for us right now. First of all, what are we learning, Victor, from the Secretary of State?
So, Wolf, we've just got the latest count of outstanding absentee ballots, and according to the Secretary of State, that number is 50,401. 50401 ballots still outstanding across Georgia that still have to be counted, of course, with a margin so narrow between President Trump and former Vice President Biden. Those 50,000 give an opportunity to the Biden campaign. The director of elections here in Fulton County just wrapped up a few moments ago, in which they announced that the absentee ballot processing is complete. They have reported more than 145,000 ballots. They have 7,000 thereabout to go. It's an approximate number. The next step of this is to go through adjudication of a few ballots that are still out there that have to be deciphered, the intent of the voter. The expectation is that there will be some potential overseas mailed-in ballots. Their deadline is 5 p.m. tomorrow. We also know of that 7,000, there are about 12,000 cured ballots, which means there was a missing signature or something wrong, that those will be added as well. So of the ballots that have already been counted, there will be another 7,000, approximate number we're getting from Rick Barron, the Executive Director of Elections here in Fulton County. But all the action that was happening in this room, they have finished processing the ballots, and now we're waiting for those few thousand to be added to the website, to the tabulation out of this county. Wolf?
Significant number, 50,401 uncounted, still ballots that are still outstanding, uncounted ballots right now, and the Trump lead has gone down to, about 11,000 right now. Victor, we're going to get back to 13,000, I should say. Sarah Seidner is joining us from Las Vegas right now. What's the latest there, Sarah?
We are awaiting a press conference from here in Clark County. This is where about 70% of the electorate is. And so this is a very significant, as you might imagine, county with the vote. We have noticed that they have started to update the numbers, and we've seen a very slight change in numbers. 431,863 votes for Joe Biden, and Donald Trump has 367,279 votes. We're talking about 53.1% for Joe Biden right now and 45.1% for Donald Trump. But that is just out of Clark County, and we are watching their numbers very slowly start to tick up. What we do not know, and what still is outstanding, are the mail-in ballots. And we're waiting to hear just how far they think they've gotten in this count. It has been very slow going. They are in counting right now. But what we know is that they can be counting the ballots here, and more ballots can still come in all the way up to 5 p.m. on November 10th. So that is going to cause a long time. They're going to count every single vote. So that is going to cause some delay in knowing exactly officially what the ballot count is, because they are allowing votes that were put in the mail and stamped before or on November 3rd, as long as they make it here, as long as they make it into the hands of those ballot counters by November 10th at 5 p.m., they still will be counted. So that is one of the things that is different here than in many other states. But I got to tell you, there's a lot of folks around here. There were people out here rallying mostly on the side of Donald Trump. They want to get in. There was complaints from Republicans here, just like in several other states, that they aren't being able to watch this process the way that they want to be able to watch the process happen, and they're talking about potentially filing lawsuits. I know that the GOP and Trump have filed a lawsuit over that particular thing. We're hearing of another potential lawsuit as well, but everyone is down trying to get a view of exactly what is going on and how the counting is going, and we are simply waiting here because hopefully in the next few minutes we're going to get a new tally count, some new numbers that are coming forward here in Clark County.
Clark County, the largest county, Las Vegas in Nevada, about 200,000 uncounted votes in all of the state of Nevada. Sarah, thank you very much. Victor, thanks to you as well. We'll get back to both of you. Let's go back to John King right now. Let's talk a little about Georgia and Nevada right now. Let's start off with Georgia right now. It's so close there, and there's still 50,000 or so outstanding ballots in Georgia. The margin, Trump's ahead by 13,540.
He is, and that's such a smaller margin than it was just 24 and 30 hours ago, and that's the dynamic of the state of Georgia. And the question is, can Joe Biden continue this surge that has cut the president's lead now down to 13,540? The answer is it is mathematically possible. Joe Biden has to win about ballpark 63%, 63.5% of the remaining ballots. And we know a lot of those remaining ballots, Victor just told you, they had several thousand more to count here in Fulton County. That's Atlanta and the suburbs around it. You see what's happening. I just said Joe Biden has to get 63, 63.5. That's a ballpark figure of the remaining ballots. Well, he's getting 72% in Fulton County. And so he has been matching the metric he needs so far. That does not guarantee he matches it everywhere else as the other ballots come in. But you're watching it play here. Another place here was Clayton County. They're now up to 93%, so they're getting there. But again, look at what's happening here. Joe Biden needs 63, 64% of the outstanding ballots. Well, he's getting 84% of the vote here in Clayton County. Another place, Wolf, where we've been waiting for the ballots to come in. Atlanta Metro is the biggest population center, and you see from the blue the biggest source of Democratic votes by population and numbers. But if you come over here to Savannah and Chatham County, look at that. We're still at 87% there, and Joe Biden's getting 57, 58%. Now, again, in the mail-in ballots, he's been doing better, but here's where you get into the chess of where we are in the final moments here. Again, he needs 63% statewide of what we believe to be the outstanding ballots. Is he getting that in these outstanding ballots here? Is he just matching that and he's a little below? That's as we wait for these results. That's the math we have to do. Absolutely critical. The president needs to win this state. The president needs to win Georgia and needs to win Pennsylvania. Just game over if he doesn't. And so you look at these states here. Any path for the president to get you to 270 includes Pennsylvania and Georgia. That's just a fact. And so you see that shrinking right now. So, of course, there's a great deal of apprehension in the Trump campaign. And we'll watch as the rest of these votes come in. Again, suburban Atlanta is where most of it has happened. You see DeKalb County now. Look at Joe Biden, 83% in suburban Atlanta in DeKalb here. They're up to 95%, so most of them are counted here. You come over here, 95% in Gwinnett, perhaps a few ballots left out there. Again, Fulton County is Atlanta. You come over here, Cobb County out. You see they're all getting very, very close. So there's a few thousand ballots here, several hundred somewhere else. But every time more ballots have come in, and Victor just said a few thousand in Fulton County, that'll be interesting. When we get the rest, when Fulton County says full stop, we're done, what's that number there? That will give you a sense of whether Joe Biden has narrowed it enough as we get closer to the finish line.
13,540 vote lead right now. It's very, very close. Let's get some context on Georgia right now. David Chalian is joining us. What are you learning, David?
Just an unbelievably close race. That 13,540 vote lead Donald Trump has over Joe Biden, 49.5% to 49.2%. 98% of the vote is in. But just as John was saying, as more vote comes in, the universe of uncounted ballots shrinks. So now we've learned, you heard Victor's report, we're down to 50,000 uncounted ballots in Georgia. Well, we calculated what each candidate would need of that uncounted universe of votes in order to win the state. Joe Biden now only needs between 62 and 64% of those 50,000 uncounted ballots. The votes that have been coming in, he's been winning more than that right now because of where they're coming from, Democratic areas. But now it's only 62 to 64%. Donald Trump obviously has a much lower percentage because he's currently in the lead. He only needs 35 to 37% of the 50,000 uncounted votes to hang on to that lead in Georgia and keep that state red. But Joe Biden's number is becoming very well within reach in terms of what we're seeing in the vote returns. The percentage he's been getting is ahead right now of that 62 to 64% he needs, Wolf.
And you know what else is interesting, David? Thank you very much, John. Of that 50,401 uncounted vote remaining in Georgia, we're told almost all of it is absentee ballots.
Absentee ballots where Joe Biden has been overperforming the metric that he needs. And again, the percentage Joe Biden needs has been shrinking because he has been overperforming it. And so that's just the fascinating dynamic here. Again, well, if we're talking 13,000 votes, 13,000, that lead was over 600,000 votes at one point. This is the mail-in ballots. And we know, again, we talked about this before the election, and now we're experiencing it. Mail-in ballots take longer to count.
I stand by. I want to go to Nevada right now. The Clark County Registrar is talking about the vote counting that's going on right there. Let's listen.
Election day at the drop-off locations at all vote centers and the election department, there were 34,743 ballots dropped off. The U.S. Postal Service, as of election day and yesterday, brought to us 4,208 ballots, and there were 24,311 ballots that were pending when we stopped processing to get ready for Election Day. So that brings us to a total of 63,262. Today, staff is preparing to count and has already begun counting a little over 51,000 ballots that will be reported tomorrow prior to my 10 a.m. brief. It's important that everybody understand that there are also additional ballots that are pending outside of what I just described. So I'm briefly going to go through those. The provisional election day. The first announcement that I need to make is that the posting that was placed on our website on election night and yesterday was incorrect. We determined that our tabulation software was incorrectly duplicating those records, and so the 120,000 that you may have seen on our website is an incorrect number. That has been corrected, and the post that is out on our website now at www.clarkcountynv.gov/vote is correct, and those provisional ballots number a little over 60,000. We have to coordinate very closely with the Secretary of State. We are a bottom-up, not a top-down voter registration jurisdiction, and so all 17 counties need to send information to the secretary because there's not one single database that we all draw from. We all have our own. And so in coordinating with the Secretary of State, we're awaiting instructions from them on when to send our provisional listing up to them, because we need to make absolutely certain that nobody who's casted a provisional ballot here in Clark County has done so in another county. So we're waiting instructions from them on when to send that report so we can make that verification. Staff is still currently working on all of those provisional ballots to make determinations as to whether the voter was eligible to cast that provisional ballot. That work will be ready once we notify the Secretary of State, and it is an automated process to pass those provisional ballots into the tabulation system. We have a group of voters who are ID required for one reason or another. The deadline for those voters to get back to us is Friday, November 6th at 5 p.m. So that is another group of ballots that we will need to put into the system once they have come in to provide their ID. The U.S. mail will continue to deliver. So starting tomorrow through next Tuesday, which is the last day for us to receive a mail ballot that's been postmarked November 3rd, we will continue to receive mail. So again, those ballots are also separate from what I previously reported. The cure process in Nevada, which is statutorily required for those voters who have been notified that they either did not sign their ballot or their signature did not match in our system. They have until Thursday, November 12th to cure that ballot. The last day that we can tabulate and send ballots into the system is November 12th. So that night we will stay here until we are done entering ballots into the system, because statute clearly tells us that we must be done counting by that date. With that information, we hope that I've clarified a lot of the questions. We are anticipating to have the bulk of our mail ballot that have been received into the system by Saturday or Sunday. Those ballots that are coming in through the U.S. mail or that are being cured will be a small number, and we will continue to put those in. But the bulk of our ballots we're hoping will be read by Saturday or Sunday this weekend. And again, we won't complete until November 12th with all of those other ballots that serve as exceptions. So with that information, I've got a short period of time here where I can answer some questions from you.
Why such a slow count?
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, the Trump campaign is alleging the counting of improper votes here in Clark County. What is your response?
My response is that we are not aware of any improper ballots that are being processed. Not directly that I'm aware of.
And there's also some concern that Clark County is counting relatively slowly as press votes. Is that the case here? Are you counting faster than 2016?
I think it's important for the entire country to understand that mail ballots on this scale is very new to the state of Nevada. We made a decision here to provide as much access as we possibly could as a result of the pandemic, and so our processes run a little bit slower. We also have to make sure that our data is being updated, because we need to prevent people from voting twice in the system. And so we have to scan those in as mail received so that it updates the database so our in-person voters can't have voted twice. We're still receiving information from our election day laptops. That'll be complete today. So we're going to update and make sure that all of the information was downloaded from all 1,300 of those laptops that were used on election day, to make sure that the automated system will reject mail ballots for somebody who has voted on election day. So our goal here in Clark County is not to count fast. We want to make sure that we're being accurate. The results in the state of Nevada obviously are going to be very important to the entire country, and that is our number one goal.
What's the outstanding number? One more time, the outstanding number?
I just went through the whole thing.
What's the total? What is the total?
Well, I went through a long process. How about we get together after
How about
the...
this? Why is it taking so long if you can count 70,000 a day?
I think I just answered that question.
You said deliberately, but if you have the capacity, why aren't you doing it?
Because they're not available, sir. There are many steps in the process. So the first process is that we run it through our Agilis machine. Then there are 2 manual processes. Then it goes to the counting board, and then it goes to tabulation. I need you to speak up, sir. I can't hear your question. I did not say they were already counted. I said today the staff is prepared to count 51,000 ballots that are ready to be counted today. Those will be reported tomorrow at 10 a.m. right there next to you. Folks, I really need you all to speak up. I cannot hear you. Those are separate, and that's why I listed in my statement that those are separate from the numbers that I reported first. I don't have that number with me.
Mr. Goria, to summarize and help us all, how many ballots are left to count?
That's a number that I can't give you. I can't predict to you what's going to come through the U.S. mail. So I deliberately went through all of these numbers, and I was hoping that you all would take the information that I'm providing. But there's a set number of ballots that we know are available to be processed, and that's the 63,000. Then I mentioned all of the other additional ballots. So we again we plan to be able to have counted the majority of our mail ballots by Saturday or Sunday, and then all of those other ballots that were statutorily limited, I can't count all the mail ballots till I have them, and we have to continue to accept them up till Tuesday, November 10th.
To repeat the numbers so that we were clear, it was 63262.
That is correct.
Correct? Thank you.
This morning I talked to Jill Stokey, a longtime Fox County resident. She said that when she went to vote in person last week, she was told her mail ballot had been returned. An election official later told her her signature had been accepted on that ballot, but she said she didn't receive her mail ballot, let alone sign it. Is it possible that someone else successfully returned her ballot?
I personally dealt with Ms. Stoke. She brought her claim to me. We reviewed the ballot, and in our opinion, it's her signature. We also gave her an opportunity to provide a statement if she wanted to object to that and provide a challenge to that. She refused to do so. A member of the Nevada Secretary of State's Office investigation team also interviewed her, and they had no issue with the assistance that we tried to give her. I have nothing else to comment on that. Next question. I can tell you that my wife and my mother are very concerned for me, but we have security here. We have law enforcement who are protecting us. I am concerned for the safety of my staff. We're putting measures into place to make sure that we have the security that's necessary. Again, we're going to begin to monitor the vehicles as they come in to make sure that they should be here and that they're parking properly so that we don't prevent our employees from having an issue getting in and out of the facility. But I feel safe. We're going to be okay. We're going to continue to count. We will not allow anyone to stop us from doing what our duty is in counting ballots. Yes, right there.
To put down the whole process, saying that you changed, well, the state changed the rules when they decided to mail ballots to every registered elector of Nevada, and that was a violation of the old rules, plus that they have not been allowed to observe closely all the counting and the process to count the votes.
The first part of your question relates to action that was taken by the Nevada legislature. I don't make policy, I'm simply an administrator. So the Nevada legislature acted in the summer, and we carried through with it exactly what they prescribed for us to do. As far as your second issue, that issue's been litigated, and the judge ruled in our favor. Louder, please. Those are reports that we're going to generate after the election once we start getting ready to do our canvass. So that's information that I'll have available once we've done all of our work, counted all the ballots. And if we have enough proof, we will definitely going out to arrest these people, because those are obviously illegal actions. But that's an activity that needs to take place once we've done counting and getting the canvass done.
They
Most of these voters have been notified, and they actually voted because they voted provisionally and were told they didn't have the ID that they needed in order to do that. These are also mail ballot voters who were also notified that they needed to provide an ID on the envelope that's sent out to them, and they failed to do so. So they've been notified, and the deadline is tomorrow at 5 p.m. I know that there are several people who are working to actively reach out to those voters and try to help them get in with that ID. There was a question over here. Yes, right there. It depends on the status of our mail ballot process. We are running shifts in certain areas, so we work anytime varying from 5 a.m. up to 10 or 11 o'clock at night. We don't run the 24-hour shifts that you see running in other states because the work that comes through on the mail ballot process is very deliberate as it moves forward. And so we complete the work that's done in each stage, and then the next day it carries forward to the next. Again, I emphasize, what I'm trying to report here is that Clark County looks like we'll be able to count the majority of our mail ballots by Saturday or Sunday. However, there are other ballots as a result of statutory requirements that we'll have to continue to read because we have to take ballots until next Tuesday.
Mr. Gloria, will you continue to have these briefings on Saturday and Sunday?
Absolutely. I will be here at 10 a.m. until we're done.
Mr. Gloria, do you expect to announce any results later today, or is the 14,000 it?
We're going to coincide with the Secretary of State. I think it's very important that as a state, all 17 of the counties are working to coordinate with the Secretary, who is our Chief Election Officer. So she has reported that she put out today at 9. We followed suit, and we reported today. If the Secretary makes a decision not to report from here on out, we are going to have to report. So if we have results to report, we will do it on a daily basis, as I mentioned. We're going to do a 10 a.m. brief to give you all an opportunity to ask questions, and our update should be posted prior to that brief. Right there.
What do people do if their ballots are stolen? We have someone that could say it was stolen from their car, and they filed a police report. Is there anything else we can do to go further?
Any individual who had an issue with their mail ballot should have contacted us prior to Election Day. We are here to help the voter. I have been on many Zoom interviews, many media interviews, many organizational groups throughout the county, letting them know that if you have an issue with your ballot, whatever it may be, call 455-VOTE. However, they're past that process. The election is over. We're in the process of counting at this point. Right there. You know, that's available on our website. I don't have that number right off the top of my head, but you can quickly see that on our website and our ENR report. Right there. I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't hear you. I'm hard of hearing and we're in the warehouse.
All right, we're going to continue to monitor that news conference out in Clark County. We're talking about Las Vegas in Nevada. Right now, 89% of the vote well, 88% in Clark County, but in Nevada in general, 89% of the vote is in. There's still plenty of outstanding ballots out there. Biden maintains his lead by 11,438.
And you heard the gentleman say that 50,000 ballots or so that they need to count here in Clark County. The striking part, stunning part, frustrating part might be a word many people at home have, is he said it might be Saturday or Sunday before they are done. And there was no indication that they would report as they go. We're seeing this happen in Pennsylvania. We're seeing it happen in Georgia. It takes time to count all these mail-in ballots. We need to have grace. This is an unprecedented election. But it does seem remarkable that we're having a conversation on Thursday about an election that was Tuesday, and the official says they're not going to count 50,000 ballots by Saturday, until Saturday or Sunday, when we've seen in Pennsylvania they're counting millions. In Georgia, they're counting tens of thousands, and they're moving it along. But this is critical right here. Clark County obviously is the ball game for the most part, unless the election is incredibly close, but it's 72% or more of the vote. So we're going to have to watch the vote there. And you see 53 to 45. Biden has a lead of 11,000. He wants to protect it. That's a Clinton state. He wants to hold it. But we might have to wait a while if this comes down in Nevada. This might be election week in America.
6 electoral votes at stake in the state of Nevada. We're following new numbers coming in from key battlegrounds, including Nevada and Pennsylvania, where President Trump's lead is narrowing. How long will the counting take? We'll talk with the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania when we come back.
Welcome back to Election Day in America continued. All eyes are on Pennsylvania. Still too early to call. President Trump has a narrow lead there of about 114,000 votes. As the voting has gone on today, that has narrowed by about 50,000 votes since this morning. Joining me now to discuss is the Secretary of State of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Kathy Boockvar. Secretary Boockvar, thanks for joining us. How many ballots remain to be counted, and do you think we could know who won Pennsylvania by the end of today?
So, yeah, I think we definitely could. I think there's about 550,000 some odd, plus or minus ballots that are still in the process of being counted today. Some of those may have already been counted but are not yet uploaded. But yeah, they're coming in. We're getting 10,000 here, 20,000 here. Counties are furiously at work, and it's looking like we're ahead of schedule. I've been saying that we'll have the overwhelming majority counted by tomorrow, but it is looking like we'll have the overwhelming majority counted by today.
And where are those ballots from? Are they largely from the population centers of Allegheny County on the western part of the state, and then Philadelphia and the collar counties around Philadelphia? Is that where most of these vote-by-mail ballots are from?
Yes, there's still about 100,000 or so in Philly. There's about 37 or so in Allegheny. The collar counties, have anywhere. Some of them have finished, but some of them have anywhere from 20 to 40,000 still remaining. So yes, the largest number are in those population centers.
So you said there's about 100,000 left outstanding in Philadelphia, approximately. When do you think they will be counted, and how and why is it taking so long?
So, they've been doing everything right. They've really been on it. They got, hundreds of thousands of ballots. I think they ended up getting 350 some odd thousand ballots, which is fantastic. And so they've been doing this as quickly as they can. But as you know, this takes time. And for example, last night, I know that there was some question about why they didn't report some for some hours last night. Well, it's because they were doing reconciliation of those ballots, which is exactly what they should be doing. So they're back counting now. I expect them to be reporting throughout the day, and they have a lot of staff, a lot of equipment, and I'm confident, again, that we're going to have the majority done today, overwhelming majority.
And just to be clear for everybody watching, every one of these election centers where these ballots are being counted allows Democrat and Republican election observers to be there. So nothing, and also several of them have cameras on them that can be viewed from other rooms or online. So nothing is being done in the dark, and Democrats and Republicans all have access to see what's going on.
Absolutely. In Pennsylvania, every candidate and every political party is allowed to have an authorized representative in the room observing the process. And some jurisdictions, including Philly, also are live streaming it. So you could literally watch their counting process from anywhere in the world. It's very transparent.
So local officials tell CNN that election workers in Philadelphia briefly paused counting this morning after a Trump campaign legal action. Can you tell us why Philadelphia paused counting this morning, how long that break lasted, and whether or not they've restarted?
Sure. Yes, my understanding is that they've restarted and they paused. So there was a decision from the Commonwealth Court, which is our intermediate statewide appellate court, that reversed a Philadelphia County Court decision that had okayed the distance from which those authorized representatives could observe. The Commonwealth Court said they had to be allowed closer. So Philadelphia had to reconfigure their operations to allow that. They have appealed because it's, I think their operations work better the way they had it arranged, but they're complying with the court order. They are appealing it, and in the meantime, they're going to get back to counting. It wasn't very long that down.
For people who don't know, there is a legal fight going on about ballots that arrive after Election Day, after election night, rather, that were sent before the election or by Election Day, that have postmarks or no postmarks. This is not about ballots that arrive after, that are stamped as arriving after. And there's a big legal fight going on. You have until 5 p.m. today to respond to a motion to intervene brought by the Trump campaign related to these ballots. What are you going to say in that response? And are you confident that ultimately these ballots that were cast before or by Election Day that arrive after in these 3 days will be counted?
Yes. So, as we've said all along, we support, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision allowed, as you said, it was, and just so we're clear, this is just for this year. We weren't asking for extraordinary relief beyond. We all know that there's Postal Service delays that have been impacting vote casting this year. So this was, as you said, everybody still has to have cast their ballot by November 3rd, but it allowed for extra time for those Postal Service delays so that they could be received by Friday at 5. So the Pennsylvania Supreme Court issued that decision. The U.S. Supreme Court initially declined to expedite and get involved in it, but the Trump campaign is seeking to intervene and move that forward again. Look, I'm confident that this is the right decision. But I will tell you, we've been assessing the numbers of those ballots coming in from the counties. It's not huge numbers. So I think no matter what happens, I don't think it's going to be a tremendous impact on this race.
So you think even with those ballots segregated, and you and the Attorney General Shapiro have made sure that all the counties are segregating these ballots because there is this legal question. We don't know what's going to happen ultimately. You're confident that they are not going to affect who wins Pennsylvania one way or the other, these ballots that arrive after November 3rd?
From what we're tracking so far, counties are reporting anywhere from, some smaller counties are reporting anywhere from 0 to some of the larger counties have reported about 500 ballots received, the day after Election Day. So, that's not that many really. So, unless it's super close, I don't see them making or breaking this one way or another. But we are confident. In the meantime, we are going to be counting every ballot.
All right. Best of luck to you, and thanks to all the election workers in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for all the hard work. No serious allegations of irregularities or anything going on there. Just a lot of people doing their jobs and being watched by Democrats and Republicans to make sure that everything is above board. Secretary Boockvar, thank you so much. There are 550,000 ballots outstanding, and you just heard the Secretary of State of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania saying that she expects that most of them will be counted by today. Wolf and John.
Yeah, that's significant information indeed, John. As Jake says, if we know the outcome of those 550,000 uncounted ballots in the state of Pennsylvania, we may be able to determine who's going to get those 20 electoral votes. And as you've repeatedly pointed out, if Biden gets those 20, he's the next president of the United States. Trump can't be the president of the United States without Pennsylvania.
The president's math does not work without Pennsylvania. Joe Biden has 253. If he got Pennsylvania, game over. That's 273. It's 20 electoral votes here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Joe Biden can win without it. The president cannot. That is the threshold of today as we go through the consequential hours ahead. The Secretary of State just told Jake. She says 550,000 ballots out, and 100,000 of them are right here. She says 100,000 of them. They had a brief pause in the counting, logistical, legal challenges. That's been resolved, at least for now. 100,000 votes in a place where Joe Biden is getting 80% of the vote. Joe Biden has to win about 60%, 60.4 or so ballpark. So 60% ballpark. 6 of every 10 ballots Joe Biden has to win to catch up, to pass President Trump. He's winning 80% of the vote right here in Pennsylvania. So your expectation is he's going to exceed that bar, be over that bar as they count the 100,000 here. She also said there were another 30 or 40,000 in the suburban core around Philadelphia. It's a little unclear what she means, 30 per county or total. But in these counties here, you see Joe Biden, Montgomery County, getting 62% of the vote. That's what he needs, 60 plus. 50% here in Bucks County, although we know in these mail-in ballots he has been doing a little higher than that. So as you just come back in and look, this is the, I'm going to move it up a little bit, it's easier to see. This is the ball game for Democrats in terms of, you see the blue down here. It's not just blue counties, including the city of Philadelphia, excuse me. It is where the Democrats live, and these are the populous counties. But she also noted 35,000 ballots out here in Allegheny County. This is Pittsburgh. This is a slower count because of some legal challenges as well. But 37, she said, 37,000 total in Allegheny County. Again, you're looking at a situation where we know that's blue, and the president's at 114,000. And Wolf, you just play this out. The way the president's lead has shrunk and shrunk and shrunk as this has happened, the Biden campaign is quite confident. We need to count the votes. The most important thing she said was originally she thought this would spill over to Friday before they had the majority of them counted. She believes that in the hours ahead, we're going to see these numbers move. And again, 114,000, you might think at 92% that's comfortable. Joe Biden has been winning these mail-in ballots as we count them. We can play it out and show it to you. As they come in, he has been more than exceeding the bar he needs to catch up. That doesn't mean he will catch up, but he has been more than exceeding. Just go back in time. Imagine you're the President of the United States. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania was one of those blue walls you cracked back in 2016. Election night, midnight, as we went from Tuesday to Wednesday, you're up by more than 500 million votes. You are feeling confident. Now, then you go up a little bit more Wednesday morning. Then you start moving through the day. It starts to slip a little bit in the afternoon. Then it slips some more as they count votes. And that's all they're doing. They're just counting mail ballots that were cast during the coronavirus pandemic. Thursday, 9 o'clock in the morning. You see it Thursday at noon. And then you come out and you are real time. Every time we get new votes, the president's lead is going down. And so, again, 100,000 in Philadelphia, tens of thousands more in the county around it up here. You check these other places, and you're just looking 99% here where Joe Biden, so your votes are in here. Now, you see a lot of red here. Donald Trump wins by significant margins in many of them, these smaller rural counties. So there will be votes coming in there as well. 550,000 total, maybe 200,000 down here, 37,000 out here, the rest sprinkled across the state. The president's going to get some votes. There's no question about it. In the count over the last day, Joe Biden has exceeded. Every time we have gotten a significant amount of votes, Joe Biden has exceeded that bar that he has to be over to keep tracking on that lead and to have a chance to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So we'll see. I thought the most important thing, Wolf, was just to show you, I'm going to walk over here, just this could be a decisive day if we get a majority of those votes, because there is simply, number one, the simple math. Joe Biden is at 253. We just heard from Nevada, they could be Saturday or Sunday. That doesn't mean we won't know enough in advance of that, but they might not get finished in Clark County, Las Vegas, till Saturday or Sunday. So if you're Joe Biden and you're counting on that, you might have to wait. If you're Joe Biden and you get this, you're done. And then you're looking to build a convincing victory after that by getting more. And I'll go through the math again. The president just cannot win. Cannot win without this. All right, let's put this one back in toss-up just for now and bring it back out there. The president is leading up in Maine's 2nd Congressional District. It's redundant for many of you who have been with us a while, but this is how...
One electoral
vote. Maine and Nebraska do it by congressional district. That's how they allocate. The president's leading here. But let's assume for the sake of, well, let's just go out here first, more of a certainty. The president gets this. The president's leading here. This is just like the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The president had a big lead midnight election night. It has been shrinking constantly. The Biden campaign thinks they can win Georgia. We'll see. They're still counting votes there. It is getting more narrow. But let's just, for the sake of argument, give it to the president. Now, the president is trailing here, and he is trailing here. If he won them all, you get to 265. He needs this. He just needs this, without a doubt. Joe Biden can win the presidency without the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Donald Trump cannot. As they go through that count today, it's the most important thing we're going to watch.
Certainly is. We're watching all of this unfold. President Trump's lead in one critical battleground state is dwindling, down 50,000 since this morning. Election day in America continues right after this. Just moments ago, the former Vice President Joe Biden, there you see him. He's giving a thumbs up. He's walking into a briefing, not answering the reporter's questions. People are screaming, jotting some questions, but he's walking into a briefing on the coronavirus pandemic. Clearly, we anticipate we probably will be hearing from him at some point, but we'll find out fairly soon. Let's take a look at the Electoral College count right now, where it stands: 253 for Biden, 213 for Trump. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Let's get a key race alert where things stand in some of the key battleground states. In Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. 92% of the estimated vote is in. Trump's lead has shrunk to 114,000 over Biden, 50.2%, 48.5%, 92% outstanding. 92% of the vote is in, 8% outstanding. In Nevada right now, 89% of the estimated vote is in. Biden's lead is only 11,438, 49.4% to 48.5%. Pennsylvania and Nevada, key battleground states right now. Let's talk about it with David Chalian. Well, actually, let's go over to John King and talk about it with John King and get a sense of what's going on in those key battleground states. John, Pennsylvania and Nevada right now, we can't emphasize how important Pennsylvania and its 20 electoral votes are.
Right, you're in the decisive stretch now in Pennsylvania, especially as we see they're starting to make progress in the counting votes. The Secretary of State telling our colleague Jake Tapper just moments ago, she thinks they'll get the majority of them counted today. And that is of huge consequence, because the president cannot win re-election without Pennsylvania, and his lead has gone from well over 600,000 votes down in the last 24 hours to 114,000 11 votes, 50.2 to 48.5. So you look at the basic math and you think, well, still at 92% of the vote in, that seems pretty insurmountable. It is not. Joe Biden has been more than exceeding the metric he needs. And the votes that matter the most in terms of there are more of them are down here in Philadelphia, right here, still at 83%, and the suburbs that surround it, including Bucks County, right here, just outside of Philadelphia. In the vote here, they're roughly splitting it, but in the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden has been doing better than that.
Speaking of Bucks County, let's go to Sarah Murray. She's in Bucks County for us right now. Sarah, what are you seeing?
Well, Wolf, obviously we have a number of folks out here who are encouraging officials to count every vote here in this county. And look, that's exactly what they're doing. This is a county where they have been counting 24 hours a day since they could on 7 a.m. on Election Day. Now, right now, Joe Biden has pulled ahead slightly of Donald Trump in this county. He has about a 7,000 vote lead, but there are still about 28,000 mail-in votes here to be counted. So that is what they are going through. Like I said, they have been working 24/7, and our sense from officials here in this county is that they are likely to wrap up the mail-in vote count today. This is one of those key Philadelphia collar counties. This is one of these areas where Donald Trump needed to try to kind of stop his bleeding with suburban voters. As of right now, as we said, Joe Biden seems to be pulling ahead a little bit, but still a lot of these mail-in ballots still to be counted here.
All right, Sarah, thanks very much. You know, John, about 5% of the population in Bucks County, just not too far from Philadelphia. 90% of the vote is in there, 10% still outstanding.
Yeah, this is a fascinating battleground within the battleground, because if you go back, you know, George H.W. Bush, the late 1980s, Republicans won the suburbs in America. That's why they dominated the presidency for so long. The suburbs have shifted, but you see Bucks County 50 to 48 here. You go back 4 years ago, 48 to 48, essentially. Hillary Clinton just barely carried it. So this is of the suburban collar around Philadelphia. This one tends to be the most competitive. It's also, as you see, it's 181,000 votes, 174,000 votes. There's a lot of votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. When you pull out statewide, 3.2 million, 3.1 million. But for Democrats to win the state, you see all of this red, right? That's rural Pennsylvania and Republicans, and President Trump especially. The rallies, President Trump was in this state a half dozen times in the final week of the campaign at his rallies, and they work. It turns out voters in these counties. You just go through them. You see 70% here. You see 80% here. So it is absolutely imperative. Not many people live here, but the president wins them by such lopsided, overwhelming margins. The Democrats have to run it up here. So we just said Montgomery County. This is Bucks. Here's Montgomery. Joe Biden's getting 62%. They're getting close to finished here. Sarah was here, 90%. She says 28,000 more votes. Joe Biden in those mail-in ballots has been exceeding this for the most part. The number he's getting in Bucks County, he has been exceeding statewide. Doesn't mean he will here, but those 28,000 ballots, just put them into context. 28,000 there and 100,000 here, tens of thousands more in these other counties where Joe Biden is getting 60% here, 57% here, 61% here. So Joe Biden's getting, he needs to be getting 60% of the vote, a little bit more statewide. And you look at that 114,000, you think 100 here, tens of thousands more here, right there. Joe Biden can, doesn't mean he will, but he can catch up to the president right there in southeast Pennsylvania.
And the Pennsylvania Secretary of State told Jake Tapper just a little while ago we might get the results in Pennsylvania by tonight. We're watching it. Nail-biter races going on, not just in Pennsylvania, but in Nevada right now as well, Arizona right now, Georgia getting closer and closer. Election day in America. A third day, in fact, continues right after this.
Cell phone repair.
We're tracking every vote in every critical battleground as Election Day in America continues. Right now, former Vice President Joe Biden is eyeing 4 states with the potential to make him president-elect of the United States. President Trump, meanwhile, is still hoping to find a route to re-election, but the map is not looking good for him. Biden has been slicing into Trump's lead in Georgia and Pennsylvania as votes have been coming in all day today. And Biden got a new bump in Nevada, building on his lead there. He's hoping to do the same thing in Arizona, where new results are expected later today. 1 or 2 of those undecided states could potentially push Biden to the 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. Remember, he's close to that right now with 253 versus 213 for Trump. Let's go over to David Chalian. Now, looking closely at Nevada and Pennsylvania right now. What do you see?
Yeah, in the last hour, Wolf, you heard live on CNN a press conference in Nevada and then an interview with the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania giving us new information about how many votes are outstanding. So we want to take a look at the state of play. Here in Pennsylvania, you see Donald Trump has a 114,000 vote lead over Joe Biden, 50.2% to 48.5%. That's with 92% of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania that's been in. So how much is outstanding? Well, the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania just told us 550,000 ballots remain uncounted, uncounted votes so far that still need to be counted in Pennsylvania. That means that Joe Biden would need about 58 to 61% of those 550,000 uncounted votes in order to overtake Donald Trump's lead and win Pennsylvania. Here's what you need to understand about that Joe Biden win percentage. He has been getting about 74% of the vote coming in from Pennsylvania over the last 24 hours, running well ahead of what he needs. So as this mail vote comes in, this pro-Biden vote, mail vote from Democratic areas, Joe Biden's been getting 75% of them. He only needs 58 to 61% of what's left to be counted in Pennsylvania. So if he keeps up that pace, he has the real potential to overtake Donald Trump. Now, Trump is in the lead right now. And there is more Trump vote to come in, too, no doubt. He only needs about 38 to 40% of the 550,000 outstanding votes in Pennsylvania in order to hang on to that lead and keep Pennsylvania in his column, which he desperately needs to be reelected. There's no path without it. In Nevada, we heard from a Clark County official there. So we have a new estimate there of the outstanding vote. But first, just take a look at the state of the play statewide. Joe Biden, 11,438 vote lead over Donald Trump. That's a bigger lead than when we started the day because we got some new vote. 49.4% for Joe Biden, 48.5% for Donald Trump. 89% of the estimated vote is in. We now know that the outstanding vote in Nevada is 149,000 votes. Again, not a precise number, everyone. It's just a rough estimate. That's about what we think is outstanding in Nevada. Well, of the 149,000 votes not yet counted, Joe Biden needs 44 to 46% of them. Donald Trump would need 52 to 54% of the outstanding votes in order to overtake Biden's lead and win Nevada. Again, I will just say, Joe Biden is running well ahead of the votes that we're seeing come in Nevada today. He's winning about, so far, 54% of them. So that is well ahead of the 44 to 46% he would need of the total universe of uncounted ballots, that 149,000, in order to hang on to his lead in Nevada and keep that state Hillary Clinton won 4 years ago in his column on the road to 270. Wolf.
Yeah, very impressive context there, David Chalian. Thank you very much. You know, John King, it's looking good for the former vice president right now as we look at those states. Before we go to those states, take a look at the popular vote, John, right now. You can see Biden has, 3,700,000 more votes than Trump right now. 50.5% to 47.9%. 89% of the vote is in. That number is likely to go up big time because they're still counting votes out on the West Coast, California, Oregon, Washington State. So that, and in New York State, a huge population there. So that number is likely to go up. I'm sure when President Trump sees that Biden is more popular, has a bigger number there than he has, he's not going to be very happy about that.
It's just an absolutely stunning number. And again, congratulations to all of the American people. The President of the United States, the incumbent, is losing with 68 million votes. That is a higher vote total than Hillary Clinton received 4 years ago when Hillary Clinton won the popular vote but lost the presidency because of our Electoral College. And this is also bigger than the lead Hillary Clinton had over Donald Trump 4 years ago, 3.7 million as of now. And you make a very important point. It's going to take, this number will go up for a couple of weeks as they count the votes in California. It will continue to climb, and you know how deep blue that is. So Joe Biden's lead there is going to go up. They're still counting votes. They're still counting votes in some other places, too. The president will get some votes, but nothing to match what we're going to see when we get California and Washington State. Has always been a mail-in vote states. It takes sometimes to count the final votes. Military ballots coming in, maybe it helps the president a little bit there. But you look at that right there, in New York State, you mentioned that as well. So that's the national state of play. That is a convincing win for Joe Biden, and it is likely to grow. That is not how we pick president. So you want to add a popular vote win to an electoral college vote win. That's what Hillary Clinton did not get 4 years ago. Now, can Joe Biden get there? He's at 253. Which means he's knocking on the door. He has to get to 270. If you look at the map now, I just want to do this to bring this out. We've not called Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Alaska, Arizona, and Nevada. That's what we're waiting on in Maine's 2nd congressional district as well. But I'll bring it back here now to show you the states where the president is leading. But here's the fascinating dynamic. The president leads in Pennsylvania, but as David just laid out so well, Joe Biden is closing in well within reach when you look at the outstanding votes. The President of the United States leads in Georgia. It is essentially the same dynamic. He had a huge lead on election night. It is shrinking by the hour as mail-in ballots are counted. And remember, the coronavirus pandemic election, Democrats voted disproportionately greater numbers than Republicans through mail-in balloting. It was a deliberate strategy. The president staged rallies at the end of the campaign for Election Day turnout. They were successful. Were they successful enough? We're going to see. As we count votes here and we count votes here, we could have, this could be the decisive day. Could be. We're not sure yet. But the president needs them both. The president must win Pennsylvania and Georgia. Otherwise, the math does not work. And Joe Biden is closing in on both states. The only place we have seen a trend in the other direction has been Arizona. Biden leading, but it has been shrinking. We're waiting for more votes there.
You're speaking about Georgia. Marty Savage is in Savannah, Georgia for us. You're getting some new information, Marty?
Well, we do. Well, the fact that so much focus has been on the Atlanta area, of course, because of its population and the heavy Democratic population. But according to the Secretary of State of Georgia, the largest outstanding number of ballots yet to be counted is not up in the Atlanta area. It's in Chatham County, which is where we are right here, which is just Savannah. And that's the area that now becomes the real focus here. It is said that there are about 17,000 ballots yet to be counted. Now, when you talk to the county election supervisor here, he says it's more like 15 to 17,000. And he says it is his hope that they can process that number by the end of business today. He didn't give any kind of specific time, implying it could be tonight. However, that's a significant number of ballots to be handled in what is essentially a relatively small operation. They've got 2 scanners here, and they've got about 38 personnel working inside of a borrowed warehouse. So it's a lot to aim for. That's what he hopes, and he says he won't be adding those numbers, not incrementally through the day, but delivering them at the end of the day today. So it could be a while. And of course, there's still military votes that have to come in, potentially from overseas. They've got till 5 o'clock tomorrow evening. But again, 17,000 votes they're talking about in Chatham County, yet to be counted. And that's the largest amount of votes still outstanding in the state of Georgia.
Are those mostly mail-in ballots? Do we know, Martin?
We do believe that, yes, it's mostly mail-in absentee ballots that are being tabulated. And there's no set time when they come in. There were some that were delivered a short time ago. They come in batches. The biggest problem they have here is, one, going through opening and then looking at the ballots. They put them in the scanners, 2 scanners that can scan 60 ballots per minute. However, it's the adjudication. That's what's really slowing down the process. This is where the machine will kick out a ballot and saying there's some anomaly with this ballot. It needs to be looked at by the adjudication team. That's not done in this building. It has to be taken off-site, about a quarter of a mile away. They're trying to bring in a second adjudication team. Right now, they've got a lot of work ahead of them.
17,000 ballots. Did they say what time we should get those results, Martin?
No, and one of the things that's hard to understand here is that typically, yesterday, they handled about 2,000 ballots. 15 to 17,000 is far more than they've ever handled in a single day. So as much as they may be willing and as much as they're practiced, that is a huge number to try to get all counted in one day in this particular facility. So the county supervisor may say it's his goal, but the reality is they've never reached that kind of numbers in a single day. And the truth is more ballots could come in tomorrow. Some have spoken of thousands more ballots coming in here. So precisely when they'll be done here is unclear. They are working as hard and as fast as they can, but they only move at the pace that the ballots come in. And there they say they're waiting on the ballots to be delivered. And they come from the registrar's office.
Yeah, they're all working really hard. We appreciate what those poll workers are doing. Martin Savage out in Savannah, Georgia for us. Thank you very, very much. Maybe by the end of the day, we're going to get the results, John, of the 17,000 uncounted ballots in Georgia. Georgia is such a critically important state right now, and it's close.
Absolutely. And again, as Martin just laid out, there's another collision between the campaign and the coronavirus in the sense that there's so many more mail-in ballots in this campaign because so many people decided for safety reasons to vote by mail. And so in these small counties, they have to count them. They don't have the infrastructure for this, so it's going to take time. And it's going to take time on a day when there's obviously, for good reason, because Joe Biden is so close, 253 electoral votes, great sense of anxiety, anticipation, call it what you will, no matter where you are on the partisan question of who you want to be president. You know this could be a decisive day, so you wish the count would be faster. But 17,000 ballots here, and Joe Biden is getting 58%, if you round up, in this county. You know, he needs about 60% of the ballots in Georgia as we go. I'm just looking down to check. It was 62% earlier as these ballots come in, somewhere in that ballpark, right? So Joe Biden. And he's close to that there, but we also know in the mail-in ballots he tends to run higher than that. That doesn't mean he will in this county, but 17,000 ballots there. Think about the context. The president's lead is 13,534. So you have 17,000 ballots in a county that has been voting blue, voting for Joe Biden. There's a big chunk there. As Martin said, that's the biggest chunk left. Many of the others are up in here, right? We know Fulton County was finishing. We knew there were several thousand more. I haven't seen the update on those as yet, and those numbers are still the same when you look at them. So we're still waiting for several thousand. I think it's 4,000 or 5,000 in Fulton County. And we know we had some more over here in Gwinnett County. The reason I'm showing you these counties is look at the totals Biden is getting overall. We know in the mail-in ballots it tends to run a little bit higher than that. So the math is possible. The math is possible as we try to count the final votes in Georgia. And again, 13,000 now. That was 600,000 or more late on Tuesday night, election night. It is just Democrats voted predominantly by mail. Republicans voted on Election Day. As they count the mail-in ballots later, now into Thursday, Joe Biden is catching up. Is it enough? That's what the next several hours will tell us.
It's a nice nail-biter for both campaigns in Georgia right now. Let's check in with Anderson for more. Anderson?
Yeah, Wolf, thanks very much. We are obviously watching very closely. Want to take a look just at the count right now. Nevada, 11,438. Joe Biden in the lead. In Georgia, 13,534. President Trump in the lead there. But again, that is narrowing and has been repeatedly with every increase in the vote count. Arizona, Joe Biden has a lead of 68,300. And 90. In that state, his lead has been shrinking over time. The question is how many more votes there are. North Carolina, of course, the president has a lead of 76,000. That has remained somewhat constant. And Pennsylvania, the president is up with 111,369 votes. But there are hundreds of thousands of votes still outstanding, as we have heard. We are likely to get the results. Those votes should be counted by the end of today. We just heard from the Secretary of State there.
Right, and should Biden win there, obviously, that's the ball game.
How many votes are still to be counted? I'm unclear how many votes are still to be counted in Pennsylvania, because the Secretary of State said 550,000.
Right, and our guidance now is that it's 370,000 left, that the Secretary of State may have used a dated number when she appeared on CNN. So
big picture, what is the state of the race as you see it?
Well, in Pennsylvania, it makes it, Rick Santorum makes a difference how many votes are left to be counted, but it seems that when you look at the votes left to be counted, where they are from, that according to our numbers, Biden needs somewhere between 58 and 61% of those votes to win. But the votes that are outstanding are in areas where Biden has been winning by more than 70%.
I think one thing we got to keep in mind is they're counting mail-in votes now. In Pennsylvania, 3/4 of the people who voted by mail were Democrats. So even in counties where you have strong Republican vote, the people who voted mail-in would lean more toward Democrats.
I went through, what I do in my free time, I went through and looked at every single county in Pennsylvania, and I think there was only one county in the state where Trump won the mail-in. Every other, and
so when
these were counties, he was winning 80% of the vote, but he lost the mail-in.
So when you hear there are 370, given what you know about Pennsylvania, and you know better than anybody, given that there's 370,000 outstanding votes, it's mail-in votes, what does that tell you?
Well, how many are from Philadelphia? Because if it's Philadelphia, the tranches that I've seen from Philadelphia, he's getting about 95. Biden's getting about 95% of the vote.
Okay.
And so if most of those votes are from Philadelphia.
Well, let's see, because I want to get clarification. I mean, I find it odd that the Secretary of State put out 550,000, and now we're being told that may be wrong. So let's check on all those numbers. But just big picture, let's talk about state of the race, David.
Yeah, look, I mean, it is impossible not to look at this and say that there isn't a wall of numbers closing in on this president and this in this election. We do have to, as John King always reminds us, we do have to count them, and we'll see. But patterns develop here, and there are certain things we know about the nature of the votes that are coming in. In Nevada, almost everything that's coming in is going to, from this point on, is going to be from Clark County. And it's almost all mail-in vote now. And that vote has been going 63% in favor of Biden. It's hard to see how the president.
On the other hand, Arizona is the place where actually the vote is narrowing for Trump. I mean, that's the one place. And again, in the Trump map, he needs Georgia, Pennsylvania, and either Arizona or Nevada. So Nevada's not critical.
Understood. I was getting around the corner on that. Okay. I mean, we'll see. We'll get some more numbers from Arizona, but he needs to continue at a clip that may be difficult for him there. Georgia looks like it's coming down to sort of a dead heat. These are not encouraging numbers. So, I do want to just repeat, we need to confirm the total vote count still to be counted in Pennsylvania. But if let's say it's the lower number, and he continues to get ballots came in 75% Democrat, he will get to where he needs to go. It's hard to see how the lines don't cross here.
You know, I was on a press call with the Trump campaign this morning, and they're talking about how these votes late in the game are, quote, magically appearing.
No.
Well, of course, for Biden. They are not magically appearing. The Democrats overwhelmingly voted by mail. Mail takes longer to count or is being counted later all over the country, and they're not magically appearing.
I just want to take a look at two statements that we have heard. It gives you a sense of the kind of the tale of two candidates here. We heard from Joe Biden today saying, "Be patient, folks. Votes are being counted, and we feel good about where we are." The President of the United States said, "If you count the legal votes, I easily win the election. If you count the illegal and late votes, they can steal the election from us."
Just completely despicable, irresponsible, dangerous, wrong. Listen, some of these people voted first. The crazy thing is these are not magically appearing votes. These are people who cared enough about their own health to protect it in their own country to vote early. Some of these votes have been sitting there waiting to be counted. So now guess what? Everybody gets to count. And the thing about it is I was talking to people on the ground in Fulton County in Georgia. People worked hard for this. The idea that Georgia may go blue is because people like Stacey Abrams, who got defeated in a way she didn't feel was fair, she turned her pain into promise for her state. You got groups out there like the New Georgia Project, black women, lesbian women who are out there organizing real people. Now they're curing stuff. People are doing the hard work of democracy, and the president is disrespecting democracy and the rule of law. The rule of law says you count the votes. And so you have a lawless president who says he's law and order, behaving in a lawless way, and he is throwing sparks. And the disinformation out there now on Facebook is unreal. And he is adding to disinformation and therefore disorder in his own country. It's unforgivable. It's despicable. It needs to stop.
I don't agree with the president's statement, number one. Number two, what I think he's referring to, again, the president can be a blunt instrument when there is a specific issue that is a legitimate
He's not referring to a specific issue. Come on, Rick. I understand. You're a smart guy, and you are focusing on what is a very real legal issue in Pennsylvania. The president of the United States is not saying that. He's smart enough to know if there was a specific issue that he was focusing on, he would say about the specific issue. He would call out people by name. He's saying that there are stop counting votes. He's saying stop counting votes.
He's not saying stop counting votes because they have people outside the Maricopa County Courthouse demanding people to count votes.
I mean, we'll pull the tweet up. He is literally saying
I understand,
stop counting votes.
But he would lose Arizona if they stopped counting votes.
Well, yes, but that's what the president is saying. Yes, it makes no sense.
We agree on that.
Rick, you can't be the Trump translator.
I call myself the Trump whisperer.
Well, maybe you can be the whisperer, but you can't be the translator.
I don't think there's that much whispering around Trump. But I'll tell you something. if it weren't in the
there, by the way, there it is. Stop the count.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think what he's really saying is
It's a nuance.
You know what?
Count Chocula. And
just in case you're confused, Rick Santorum, the president put it in caps for you. No, look,
That's a code. That's a code.
That's a code.
It is
for
not. It is a dangerous signal.
Thank you,
And
sir.
all of this, I agree with Van, and it's been going on for months. It's not just that now. These ballots are only being counted now because they were required by law. Not
And let me also just point out something. We saw Joe Biden going into a building. Joe Biden is attending a meeting on COVID right now. That is what Joe Biden has done today. He's attending a meeting on COVID. Yesterday was the worst, the highest number of COVID cases in this entire pandemic. In the world, 102,000 cases. We're already on track today to have it be even worse. So Joe Biden is taking out a time, being briefed today on COVID. What do you want to bet the President of the United States is certainly not being briefed on COVID today?
Well,
it's doubtful he's being briefed on anything having to do with America's business, national security. He doesn't get those briefings.
He's actually, according to Jim Acosta, he's actually in the Oval Office today, but there are televisions.
Well, of course, he's watching, he's tweeting and talking to his lawyer.
But the thing is that
Go ahead.
Thank you. The thing is that Biden knows.
Right, Trump. I'm sorry. Trump wants to stop the counting for stop the votes, stop the counting, stop the testing. I mean, this is what he does.
And Biden is having this briefing on COVID because he knows that should he become president, he'll finally get the brass ring, but there are lots of strings attached. And one of those is dealing with COVID, because you can't deal with the economy.
To me, it is emblematic of the two approaches that Joe Biden, who is not in office, is being briefed on COVID, as he has been all along, and is taking it seriously enough that on such a difficult day in the pandemic, he is taking time to be briefed on this.
That is right. I also think it's the message that they want to send. I think I think there's no doubt he's getting his arms around what he's going to face if this goes down as it appears to be. It's also a way of saying to the country, I got this. I'm on the job. We're ready to move forward.
I can be president.
Look, Biden people are very, very confident. The numbers are moving in his direction right now, and the Trump campaign is not as confident, and is very frustrated that they see that the wave didn't come. The wave was predicted. It didn't come. I think, congratulate him for the campaigning he did, because he saved the United States Senate. He probably, helped the Republicans pick up seats in the House of Representatives. And now he sees, well, the House saved. We didn't lose the state legislature. We picked up seats in the House, and somehow he's falling short. And that's a tough thing to deal with.
But you know what? But why is that? It's because you had people who are Republicans who went and voted for Republicans to go to the House, for Republicans to go to the state legislature, and voted against Donald Trump. In other words, he's got to take responsibility for the fact it's not just some liberal conspiracy, and all these people on Facebook have to take responsibility for the fact you have Republicans who said, we like the tax cuts, we like the judges, we can't stand the crazy-making, irresponsible conduct of the commander-in-chief, and they fired him. Because that's the only way you can explain the behavior.
I actually disagree with you on that. The reason we have the effect that Rick's talking about is that in places where Trump was strong and brought out big rural and small town turnout, Republicans were bolstered by that. In other places, I think we're a very polarized country. So when we vote like by district and we vote by state, and you bring out a big Republican turnout in those areas, Republicans benefit from that. But I will say this. I think if you ask Donald Trump if you could trade, we could save the Senate, we could save the legislatures, and we could save those those congressmen, or you could be president for another 4 years. I don't think you'd have to.
Right, but let's just look at what we have on the screen. Biden on brink of win, waiting for Pennsylvania. That is the situation we are in right now, David. Correct? I mean, and by the end of today, the Secretary of State says the votes will be counted. All the votes. These are not new votes.
Right.
These are the votes that have already been cast. They will finally be counted, likely by the end of today.
Yes.
And if Pennsylvania goes for Biden, he will be the president, and we will know that today.
Yes. And to Van's point, a lot of these votes, they were cast before the election. These states were not allowed to process them by law in the states.
Right, by the legislatures in the states.
In the states, so they weren't allowed to start processing them until Election Day, and therefore, because there were an inordinate number, an unusual number of mail-in ballots because of the virus, there is this waiting period, and we all knew that was going to happen.
In other words, they're following the rules that often Republican legislatures kept in place to keep the count that way. And you are going to see this. You are going to see there is some ticket splitting. You can see that in some of the exit poll data.
Look. All right, I got to get a break in. We're going to go check in live in some of the critical battleground states where they are still counting votes right now, votes that have already been cast, including Georgia, where we're expecting a news conference as well. Election Day in America continues next.
CNN.
All eyes on the critically important state of Pennsylvania right now. 20 electoral votes, make or break for these candidates. Let's discuss what's going on in Pennsylvania with Democratic Senator from Pennsylvania, Bob Casey. He's been tracking the vote very, very closely. Senator Casey, thanks so much for joining us. The Secretary of State of Pennsylvania just told our colleague Jake Tapper that we could get the result, the final result, later today from Pennsylvania. Earlier today, you told us you were confident there's enough uncounted votes right now for Joe Biden to overtake President Trump. You still believe that?
I do, Wolf. And we're seeing that as the hours go by. What will transpire, I think, is eventually Joe Biden will overtake the president. I've used the number in terms of a margin of 100,000. And my folks at the Kevin Mack and the Voter Project, these are folks that I've relied upon for this data. But the 100,000 to be reached, I think, might take a final, the final official certified count, which could be down the road. But I think for the short term, no question, I think Joe Biden will win the state.
Senator, it's John King. What do you got behind you there? And you want to trade?
John, it's a map of Pennsylvania by county.
Yeah, I got one of those. You want to trade?
Yeah, I could use yours.
This one, I've learned a lot from it. One of the things you learn from it, one of the gifts of this is, since I can't travel, especially this year because I'm here for this, is I get to travel this way. And so tell me, when you look at yours behind you, obviously you know the geography of your state better than I do, but you have the votes down here, Philadelphia and the suburban collars around it. That's where most of the votes are. Allegheny County out in Pittsburgh we're waiting for. But when you look behind you, you're from Scranton, where Joe Biden was born. Are you worried at all, as we've seen so far in the mail-in ballots, even in a lot of these red counties, that the president wins, Joe Biden's doing better in the mail-in votes? When you look county by county on your map, is there any place you're worried about, or do you see the trajectory here as inevitable?
Oh, I think it is inevitable. And the reason for that is most of the vote out, as you know, is in Philadelphia, Delaware County. And there are a lot of other counties that still haven't counted yet. But even in the counties that President Trump will win big, there'll be a scattering of Joe Biden votes because they're mail-ins, and that they obviously tend to favor the Democrats. It won't be as high a ratio of Joe Biden votes, 90% or 80%, but even in some of those smaller places, he'll be able to pick up some vote. But look, this process has to unfold, and I think I wanted to make one point, though, that in light of what Anderson said earlier about the 369,000 that's still out, the number I have is 369, 364, but there's three other categories that are not included in that. Number one, there's some divisions in Philadelphia that are not included in that. I'm told it's about 30 divisions, meaning precincts. There are also provisional ballots not included in that. And then the third category, after the big number, is the ballots are postmarked Election Day, but have arrived yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So I don't know what that adds up to, whether that adds a lot to the 369, but that's something to be factored in.
The way you go through that, Senator, your dad was the governor, you're now a statewide elected official, as someone who understands has won tight races in Pennsylvania. You have to know where every single last vote is. This is a question, this is going to be more of a question for Friday and Saturday and next week and next month and next year. Obviously today the focus is on the count. But when you look at this map, it's not a lot different from 4 years ago, right? The idea was, would this be a map-changing election? Would Democrats and their animus toward the president Commonwealth higher turnout by both sides. We're seeing that Joe Biden was effective, especially down here in the suburban core in Philadelphia, turning out votes. But we saw the president's rallies at the end. I mean, in a state as diverse and as competitive as yours, do you think, are you learning something from this election, or is it just turn out every last vote because it's so competitive?
Yeah, no question that I think Democrats have learned since 2016, and Joe Biden's campaign not only learned but implemented the lesson that you have to try to get votes everywhere. So when, for example, Joe Biden went to Cambria County, where Johnstown is, he actually got there ahead of the president, and that's a very intensely supportive area for the president. He went to Erie, he went to Westmoreland County, and places like that. So you've got to go everywhere. You have to have a message for every part of the state, and I think that lesson's been learned. But even when you do that, you have to accept the fact that sometimes the margin won't change. For example, Cambria County, over my right shoulder there, so far at least, not all the votes count, but so far at least Joe Biden's behind there as much as Secretary Clinton was. So if he didn't spend some effort, expend effort there, would the margin of defeat go even higher? So we can learn a lot from how the rural numbers in a lot of places changed a little bit. But even a point here, a point there, 3,000 votes there, 5,000 votes there. In a state we lost by 44,292, 0.7 last time. You got to go everywhere. I think Joe Biden did that, in addition to amplifying your vote in cities and suburbs.
I want to get your reaction, Senator, to Rudy Giuliani, the president's personal attorney, the former mayor of New York. He's been in Philadelphia. He's been leveling all sorts of charges, unfounded, completely terrible charges about voter fraud, alleged voter fraud in your state, in your Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I want to get your reaction. They are outrageous. They're unfounded. But what do you make of his allegations of voter fraud ongoing in Pennsylvania?
Well, it's a lie. It's part of the bigger lie about mail-in ballots and all of that. Everyone knows the voter fraud lie has been debunked over and over again. All the data shows that. So I think most people know that. I think they dismiss those kinds of arguments. What voters in Pennsylvania did across the board is not listen to and not be intimidated by voter suppression or lies about mail-in ballots. What they did was they went out and voted, and now the votes are coming in. And we will probably get a turnout. It'll certainly, as you know from the numbers, it'll go above 6.5 million. It could go as high as 6.8 by some estimates. So that will be 800,000 more voters in the state than last time.
And what you're saying, Senator, is that 370 outstanding votes. You think by the end of today, late this afternoon, early in the evening, we will get the results, and presumably we will know who will win the 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania?
I don't know about timing. I've heard there are at least two different points of view on that, that we can get a determination today. Another point of view is maybe not. So I'm not sure I can make that guesstimate. The only thing I'm certain about is Joe Biden's going to win this race. And when all the votes are counted, it should be about 100,000. But that number may not be manifest for a while. Look, when I run statewide, I've run 6 times. When you get a count election night, we have 97% or 98% of the vote in. You still get votes over time when provisional ballots and the final numbers come in. So a number below 100 today or tomorrow or in a couple of days from now, when it's over. When it's certified and becomes official, could get higher. So, but I think eventually it'll be about that number.
Senator, it's John King again. I get a little nerdy and sometimes go through the map trying to figure out again what is America telling us, and in this case, what is the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania telling us? I'm just using by the counties here, trying to show counties in Pennsylvania where the president underperformed his 2016 performance. And as you watch this pull away, there are none of them. None of them. That's the point. Joe Biden may overtake the president today, and he may win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but this whole campaign was, can Democrats reach out to Trump voters, right? Let's see, is the president overperform at all in a few of the counties, the rural counties that he wins and runs it up big, and he did even better in 2016. So then you flip the table and you say, well, what about Joe Biden? did he overperform Hillary Clinton anywhere in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? And you bring it up here. And again, look how few. Look at the tiny smattering of this. You have just one county here, one tiny county. I'll bring it up, Montour County, where he overperformed Secretary Clinton. It's 60 to 39 and there. And so then you come back again and you look. This is my lesson. It's a little geeky, but you're trying to see, is anything changing? Are you reaching out to people and getting new voters? That's the big challenge in your state for a Democrat like Joe Biden. How do you reach the Trump voter? Did he underperform Secretary Clinton in a handful of the counties Trump is winning? So the question sort of is, did anything change in America, or did everybody just fight this out because the intensity was so high? And if the president wins, it's because those rallies turned out enough people at the end. And if Joe Biden wins, it's because Democrats came out at the end. Is that simply what this is? Or do you think your party still has lessons to learn? Whether you beat Donald Trump in this election or not, he's not going anywhere, and his voters aren't going anywhere.
John, no question. I have an obligation as a public official and as a candidate when I'm running to not only go to places where people don't vote for me and reach out to people and listen to them. But I think what's happened just generally in Pennsylvania overall is you can see where the Democratic candidate Joe Biden is doing very well in Philadelphia. He could overperform both Secretary Clinton and President Obama. He will be way ahead in the suburbs beyond where they were. But in those other counties where he will lose and the margins are high, I think that's a reminder that Democrats have work to do. I will say this, though, just my view. The Republican candidate for president running in Pennsylvania will not get the margins Donald Trump got in a lot of these counties. He won't be winning counties, by 50 points both times. It will not happen. Donald Trump, I think, is the most effective Republican presidential candidate in Pennsylvania that I've seen since Reagan. Ronald Reagan won the state twice by about 7. But the 2024 candidate, the 2028 candidate, the 2032 candidate will not get votes in rural areas like he did. Now, the question is, can they make up for that deficit by getting votes by appealing to suburban voters, making an argument that they're listening to people of color and people whose voices should be heard? Are they going to be able to cut the margins in cities and suburbs? But they will not be able to match Donald Trump's numbers in rural areas. No Republican governor, no Republican senator. Mark my word.
Senator Bob Casey of Pennsylvania, we love the map behind you. Very, very impressive. Good work. We'll stay in close touch with you. We'll see if your assessment actually works out later in the course of the day. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, John.
President Trump's lead narrowing in Pennsylvania. We're taking you inside the Trump campaign to find out how they're feeling when we come back. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to CNN's election coverage continued. We are right now taking a look at the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, where President Trump holds a narrow lead, though, as more and more of these vote-by-mail ballots are counted, coming largely as they have from population centers such as Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, to Philadelphia and the surrounding suburbs, the so-called collar counties. It's becoming clearer and clearer that President Trump is losing his once substantial chasm lead, and it looks as though Joe Biden may well be on track to overtake him perhaps as soon as today. Let's check in with Jim Acosta, who is covering the White House and President Trump. And Jim, just looking at the numbers and looking at the ratios by which people who voted by mail in Pennsylvania voted overwhelmingly for Joe Biden, as opposed to people who voted on Election Day, who voted overwhelmingly for President Trump, it's very difficult to see a scenario in which President Trump wins Pennsylvania. What are you hearing from the Trump team?
Yeah, Jake, I mean, I think that's absolutely right. And every time people inside the Trump campaign watch those returns get updated in Pennsylvania, they wince because Joe Biden is eating into Donald Trump's lead in Pennsylvania. And every time that happens, that sends shockwaves through Trump campaign headquarters. And I'll tell you why. I talked to a Trump advisor about this a little while ago. You know, you can look at all the various scenarios on the map right now, and each of those scenarios involves winning Pennsylvania. Yes, they'd like to win Arizona. Yes, they'd like to win Georgia. Yes, they'd like to win Nevada. But they have to combine any of those states with Pennsylvania in order for the president to win re-election. And in the words of this Trump advisor, if the president loses Pennsylvania, that is the knockout punch. That is the knockout blow to Donald Trump if he loses Pennsylvania. And so they understand the stakes right now all too well, Jake. As much as they would like to win those other states, it is all about Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania right now for the Trump campaign. And there's just no other way to look at it. You know, picking up Arizona, as much as they'd like to pick up Arizona, it's just not as critically important right now as Pennsylvania. It's all really on Pennsylvania at this point for the Trump campaign.
The great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, it is called, and indeed it is a keystone to either candidate's chances to be elected president. Jim Acosta, thanks so much. Let's check in with David Chalian right now to explain the math. And first of all, David, we should say we have been reporting for weeks now that Democrats were voting overwhelmingly in places such as Pennsylvania by mail, and that President Trump supporters were going to vote overwhelmingly on Election Day. We expected this to happen. We didn't know whether there were going to be enough votes for Biden in these vote-by-mail ballots that are being counted right now, but we knew it was going to come down to it. Tell us where we are in the process.
We did, and we knew they were going to count those Election Day ballots first and then get to the mail ballots, and so that would create this sort of blue shift that we're seeing taking place. Take a look at where we are in Pennsylvania. You know, that Trump lead now is at 108,772. Yesterday morning, that was like 600,000 vote advantage. It's down to 108,000. 50.2% for Donald Trump, 48.5% for Joe Biden. 92% of the estimated vote is in. Now, you just saw Senator Casey on our air talking about how many outstanding ballots there are left to count in Pennsylvania. Right now, Pennsylvania officials put that at about 370,000 uncounted votes. That's the universe of what is still to be counted. If that's true, if state officials are correct with that assessment, Joe Biden would need 64 to 66% of that remaining universe of uncounted ballots in order to overtake Donald Trump and win the state of Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Donald Trump, for his part, would need 33 to 35% of that universe of remaining ballots in order to hang on to his lead and keep Pennsylvania red. Here is the important point, Jake. We have been seeing Joe Biden winning about 75% in the vote totals coming in from Pennsylvania over the last 24 hours because, as I said, what's coming in are these mail votes, and Democrats were more inclined to vote that way. It's also coming from the big Democratic population centers. So the 64 to 66% range that Biden needs of what's left actually is not that high of a bar for him, given what we've seen him winning in the last 24 hours. I also want to show you what's going on in Georgia. We got a brief update there from the Secretary of State's office. This is the current state of play. Donald Trump has a 12,828 vote lead over Joe Biden, 49.5% to 49.2%. 98% of the estimated vote is in. Not that much more to count. And in fact, the new number in terms of what is outstanding from the Secretary of State there is about 48,000 votes. That's a rough estimate of what is left to count. Joe Biden would need 63 to 65% of those 48,000 votes that are yet to be counted in order to overcome Donald Trump's lead and win the state of Georgia. Donald Trump would only need 34 to 36% of what's left to hang on to it. Jake, Dana, Abby?
Thanks, David. So first of all, we should note that the Secretary of State of Georgia is going to have a press conference in roughly 10 minutes at the top of the hour, and we'll bring that to you when it happens. I want to take one note, which is just to say, go back 100 years to Tuesday, to the fact that we told voters and viewers that there were going to be two different kinds of shift, that there was going to be a blue shift and a red shift. On Election Day, places like Texas and Ohio that counted the early ballots first, the vote by mail, suggested that Biden might win. And then it turned out they started counting the votes that day, and Trump won Texas and Trump won Ohio. We are now seeing the exact opposite in states that did not do early counting of vote by mail. such as Pennsylvania, where the exact opposite shift is going on. Places that looked like Trump was going to win, and now more looks like Biden might win.
That's exactly right. And can we also say probably the biggest news that we've had today is what the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania said to you, which is that despite the fact that they have huge numbers outstanding, 500,000 ballots that they haven't counted or processed, through 370 now, I was just told, they could be finished, or at least with the bulk of it today. What does that mean? We could actually know who the next president of the United States will be by the end of today. And, you know, feels like Tuesday was 100 years ago, but, you know, given the state of the world that we're in a pandemic, 2 days isn't that bad.
Pennsylvania is going to be decisive in terms of determining who the president of the United States is. And it's because of what Jim Acosta was just saying. If Donald Trump does not win the state of Pennsylvania, he cannot get to 270. He just can't. The numbers are just not there. So that's why what happens today is so important. That's also why you're seeing the Trump campaign fighting so hard to keep in the game in Pennsylvania. I'm not sure there's anything they can do about the sheer number of votes that there are, but they need Pennsylvania. They also need a lot of these other states. They need to hold on to Georgia, Arizona, and they need to come back in Arizona, and they need to come back in Nevada, both of which seem like uphill battles.
Yeah, there's a reason why President Trump is putting out, I think, unprecedented press releases like the one he did today with all caps saying stop the counting, because that's really the only way that his campaign sees that he has a real shot at winning Pennsylvania right now.
We're standing by to hear from officials in Georgia, where there are now under 50,000 outstanding votes to be counted, and President Trump's lead over Joe Biden is shrinking.
The 2020 presidential election continues this hour. Will day 3 be decisive? Right now, former Vice President Joe Biden is optimistic about clinching a victory as he makes new gains over President Trump in key battlegrounds. We're watching the scramble to count votes in undecided states like Georgia that could tilt the election. We're also standing by for new information from Georgia's Secretary of State. At any moment, we'll have live coverage. Biden has significantly cut into the president's lead in both Georgia and Pennsylvania. The election outcome now hinging on those states as well as Nevada and Arizona, where Biden is ahead. As we get more and more results, it's all about reaching 270 electoral votes. Biden on the brink of that with 253 right now. Trump with 213. He has a very narrow path to winning re-election. Now let's get a key race alert. Let's start in Georgia right now. 98% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Trump has 49.5%. Biden has 49.2%. Right now, Trump is ahead by 12,828 votes, 16 electoral votes. Very, very close in Georgia. Still plenty of votes outstanding. In Pennsylvania right now, where there's 20 electoral votes, Trump is ahead by 108,592. 50.2% to 48.5%. But look at this, 92% of the estimated vote is in. 8% of the estimated vote is still outstanding. Hundreds of thousands will watch Pennsylvania very closely. Nevada right now, Biden maintains a narrow lead of about 11,438 votes over Trump, 49.4% to 48.5%. 89% of the estimated vote in Nevada is in. Let's take a look at Arizona right now. 86% of the estimated vote is in there. Biden maintains his lead, 68,129 over Trump. 11 electoral votes at stake in Arizona right now. We're watching those states so closely. Let's walk over to John King at the Magic Wall. The next few hours, we could know who the next president of the United States is going to be.
The trend lines in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the state of Georgia right now, prove that that could well be true. We have to get to the finish line, but there's a great deal of pessimism among Republicans right now as they watch the trend lines. Again, let's start in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You see that lead, 108,592 votes, with 92% of the vote in. In a normal election, you would think that might be enough to withstand any late charge, but this is not a normal election. The ballots still out tend to be mail-in ballots, and we know everywhere, but especially in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, they're lopsided in Joe Biden's favor, Wolf. So we know the math exists as they count the last 370,000 or so votes. The math exists because a lot of the votes that have yet to be counted are here. 83% now in Philadelphia. It was 80% to start the day, so they've made some progress. But look at what's happening here. Joe Biden has to get somewhere in the ballpark of 60% of the remaining votes, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less will do, but he's getting 80% in Philadelphia, and there are still tens of thousands of votes to be counted here in the city of Philadelphia. In the suburbs around, Joe Biden's numbers go down a bit, but if he just matches that number, that keeps him in play as we play this out. So you continue to count the votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You see that lead down to 108,000. Again, if you've been with us, we can go back in time and look at this as we come through. I want to make sure we get Pennsylvania up here and we have it. And you go back here. Imagine you're the President of the United States. Midnight on election night, as Tuesday gave way to Wednesday, you're up 548,000 votes. It stretches a little bit by 10 a.m. Wednesday. It's down a little tad by Wednesday afternoon, but then you start to see the slide. As they start counting more of these mail-in ballots, the president's lead has consistently gone down. That was at noontime today. Now you come out to real time, it's even smaller. It has not. As they count these mail-in ballots, Wolf, not once, with a major installment of votes coming in, has the president's lead gone back up. It has consistently come down. 20 electoral votes. It's the biggest prize still on the board to be claimed. The president cannot win without it. Joe Biden can.
370,000 votes still outstanding, we're told, in Pennsylvania right now. The Secretary of State told us a little while ago that maybe by the end of today we'll get the results from Pennsylvania. We're waiting for a news conference from the Secretary of State, John, from Georgia. Right now, we'll presumably be getting some new information from Georgia right now. Right now, the president is ahead by only 12,835 votes, with 98% of the vote reporting, still 2% out there.
And again, we have seen the exact same trajectory. As they count the mail-in ballots last, remember, coronavirus election, some people voted by mail, some people voted early by standing in line. Some people voted on Election Day. The president's doing fine with the Election Day vote. The people who stood in line to vote early, most of that has been counted. These are mostly mail-in ballots. I'm going to get to where the most votes are here, but the most votes outstanding right now in terms of one county are here. You spoke to Martin Savage, our correspondent on the ground last hour. Here in Chatham County, they're counting. There's 17,000 ballots to count still. If you look, Joe Biden's getting 57%. In the mail-in ballots, his percentages tend to run higher than that. So here's one place we're looking as they try to count the votes here. It's a small operation. They say they're going to try to get as many done as they can today. But watch, we need these votes to come in. And again, where are the votes outstanding still being counted? That's one blue county. Doesn't mean there aren't some in some of these red counties, but there's a big basket of votes to be had here. And we're also waiting for the final installment, Fulton County. Every time we've gotten a decent installment from Fulton County, Joe Biden has narrowed the president's lead. Atlanta and the suburbs around it. We go west to Cobb County. You see Joe Biden getting 56 plus. They're close to finishing there. You move this way, you come back to Fulton, you come over. Gwinnett County has been a godsend, if you will, for the Biden campaign, 58% here. And you come down here as well.
Georgia's Secretary of State is just about to make a statement. Let's listen in.
Details of where we stand right now. And I will give the caveats that this could have changed as I walked across the street, that this is an ever-changing environment we're in. But we've come down to approximately 47,277 ballots still outstanding that are with the counties currently. And I'll go through the list as we did last time. Then I'll try to come back and give some specifics as to where we stand. Chatham, 17,157. Clayton, 6,026. Cobb, 700. Floyd, 682. Forsyth, 4,713. Fulton, 7,305. Gwinnett, 4,800. Harris, 3,641. And Lawrence, 1,797. And the little one down here at the bottom, Taylor, 456. Now I'm going to go through and kind of give you where we stand and the situations behind these numbers. So we'll start at the top. And if you notice, several of the counties that were there this morning have now dropped off as they have completed their uploads of the ballots that they had in hand. Chatham County is still currently scanning. I know they're working. We have an investigator there just to keep an eye on things because at some point, one of y'all are going to ask me what happened down there, and I need to be able to answer with first-hand account from our own people. So that's what's happening there. Clayton County, we talked to them this morning and again after lunch. They're continuing to work. They have continued to scan and make uploads. As you notice, their total has dropped. Cobb County is continuing to finish off their ballots there. Floyd, I don't have a clear answer on the 682 just yet. Forsyth, Mandy, who's a great elections director, is working to get through that stuff. She is very much on the side of being accurate rather than being fast in some ways, which is really good and helpful because she is a very diligent director. Fulton continues to draw down their number. They have 7,305. Again, with the work of our monitor in there, we're keeping a close eye on that number. There were 1,200 ballots with a second stage of signature match. They were brought over from State Farm Arena today that are inside that total. One other specific item I have from Fulton County is they have 3,900 provisionals. I do not know the coding on those provisionals. As you may or may not know, depending on the coding, there has to be actions done by the voter, or there's an automatic acceptance of those ballots, again, depending on the coding of those, and I do not have that detail. Gwinnett is down to 4,800. We had discussions with them about why they had the 7,700 out there. Part of that is just a scanning differential between the accepted ballots and those were reported. So their actual total is about 4,400 of the absentee ballots to scan and report. And they did have an issue that was asked about earlier this morning. They had a corrupt memory card on one of the early voting ICPs, the polling place scanners. They discovered that. They took the ballots from that. They rescanned those, and those will be included in the totals. It's approximately 400 votes, and that is included in the 4,800. But that's one of the benefits of having a paper backup, is that you can, if those situations occur, you can take care of those. Harris is continuing to work. Lawrence County, we talked to them this afternoon, and they are trying to figure out exactly where the batches are for the 797, because they had thought they had uploaded them, and they looked and realized they had not. Taylor had a unique issue. They did their absentee ballot printing in-house. Something along the way made the ballots not the appropriate size. So if you have a ballot that is based on coordinates, which a hand-marked paper ballot is, and it is not the right size, it cannot be scanned. So they're going through the process of duplicating each of those ballots on the ballot marking devices, and then what they have to do is have to take the original ballot and the duplicate ballot so they can tie them together, have to be marked that each one matches to the other one to keep a paper trail alive of the original artifact of the voter. They will take those ballots, and it's 456 of them, and then run them through their scanner. They are a little over halfway through that process right now. As you can imagine, it's an arduous process. You want to be precise and make sure you get the ballot reflecting exactly what the intended vote of the voter was. So again, that gets to a total of 47,277. On another note, following up on another question that was asked earlier today, we have, this is included in the counts we have right now. There are 17,529 UACAVA, which is our military and overseas ballots that have been accepted in the counties. And as I noted earlier, under the federal laws, the UACAVA ballots that are postmarked by Tuesday can be accepted up to tomorrow, Friday. So of the pool of those, there are 8,899. That doesn't mean that any of them will arrive, or it means that all of them could arrive. We have no way of knowing that number. So I just want to make that clear. It's not there's 8,900 ballots to be counted. Those are ones that could arrive to be counted in any subset thereof. So with that, I will answer any questions you may have.
How long you think it will take for the count to be finished?
Well, let's see. First of all, not the secretary. I'm a statewide voting system implementation manager.
Well, let me ask you that question again, sir. How long do you think it will take for these to be counted?
Again, as we've been stating for weeks and months, that with the advent of paper, it's going to take time. We anticipate having the count, quote unquote, done when the legal deadline for certification is, which is going to be 10 days after the election. That's when we're done, because there are ballots that are still coming in, there are ballots to be cured, there are ballots that are provisionals that are to be verified. So we can't know how long the process will take. We hope to have clarity on the outcomes of these elections as soon as possible. However, when you have so many important elections in the state being so close, done is a very relative term at this point. We're trying to get all the legal votes counted accurately so we can give the right results and make sure that everybody's vote is reflected properly.
So do you think the counties will be more...
Yes, sir. Justin. Yes, sir.
Which message to people around the state and around the country who claim the amount of time it's taking Georgia is some sort of effort to steal an election?
The effort here is to make sure that everybody's vote, legal vote, is counted properly and that the actual results are reflective of the voters' intent. The issue we have in Georgia is, like I just said, it's a close vote. There's other states that have more votes to count than we do, but it's a wide margin, so nobody cares. So this is the first time we've used paper ballots in this state in 20 years. So as we said, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, the secretary stood where I'm standing and said, this is going to take a little more time. These close elections require us to be diligent and make sure we do everything right. Yes, sir.
Gabriel Sterling, we should say. That's Gabriel Sterling, and his title is Voting System Implementation Manager. John King, he did say nearly 50,000 votes are still outstanding, and then he listed the counties where they are, and you've been taking a close look at those counties. Right now, Trump is ahead by 12,835 votes, and the question is, are there enough votes outstanding for Biden to take the lead in Georgia?
The answer is yes. There are enough anyway, and it's especially yes because of where the gentleman just explained the votes are outstanding. And again, props to him and others like him who repeatedly come out. This is the second time we've seen him today come out, and they're transparent about what's out there and about how quickly they can count them. Wolf, correct my numbers as we go through this if I get something wrong. Well, I just want to walk you through. Look at this lead, 12,835, right? 98% in. Do you think, can Joe Biden, he's 49.2, the president's 49.5. Can he catch up and pass him? With 47,000 votes out, 47,277, yes, that's obvious he can. The question is, where are they? Can he get the scope of it? So let's go through this, and let's start over here. Chatham County, Savannah, surrounding areas, right? We have 17,000, right? 17,000 votes, 17,157 votes right out here. Look what Joe Biden is getting, 58% of the votes so far. And we know, doesn't mean it will continue to happen. As they count these mail-in ballots, Joe Biden percentages tend to be higher than that. They have been in the state of Georgia as this process has played out. Again, it's not a guarantee, but you can look at 17,000 votes here. You look how much Joe Biden is winning the county by. He's likely to pick up some ground. That's just in one county. Now let's come over here. Fulton County. This is Atlanta. This is the Democratic stronghold. It's the largest population center. 7,000 and change additional votes, we were explained, still to be counted here. Joe Biden is getting 72, round up, 73% of the vote in Fulton County. Logic tells you, it's not a guarantee, but logic tells you with 7,000 more votes to be counted, Joe Biden is going to run up those votes if he's getting 72% there. So then we move over here, Cobb County. We have additional ballots here. I believe 700 was the number voted, noted by the gentleman there. And you see the election administrator. You see Joe Biden is getting 56% of the vote so far in the full count. And again, in the mail-in ballot, he generally has been getting a higher percentage than it averages out there. So let's move over from here. DeKalb, he did not mention. DeKalb was running up its votes. I didn't hear him mention that. No. They did a good job counting there. He did mention Gwinnett. There are 4,400.
4,800.
4,800 in my notes. So again, 4,800 votes in a blue county. You see Joe Biden right there getting 59% of the vote so far. I want to pop one up here. There are some red counties. He did mention there were some votes to come in from Forsyth County. The president is winning here, so when you look at it, your eyes tell you the president's going to pick up some votes here. But we also know that in the mail-in voting, even in the Republican red counties, Democrats tended to vote early.
So you mentioned Clayton County, too, with about 6,000 votes.
Right, and again, that's just south of Atlanta. So Atlanta in the suburbs is the engine that could power Joe Biden's comeback in the state of Georgia. And again, just for context, the president must win Pennsylvania and Georgia. There is no path to 270 for President Trump without Pennsylvania and Georgia. Joe Biden can get there without either one of those states. The president has to have them both. And you mentioned, I think, what was the number, 6,000 here?
In Clayton County, 6,026.
6,026 in Clayton County. And just look, I mean, you don't have to do 85% of the vote is what Joe Biden has been getting in Clayton County. Again, Wolf, no guarantee he gets 85% of those 6,000 as they count them, but what you're seeing just doesn't lie. It tells you what you need to know. And as you come back out, again, we just went through all of those blue counties, right? 47,000 votes outstanding. Most of them are in blue counties, meaning counties Joe Biden is winning. Some of them, counties Joe Biden is winning convincingly, 60%, 70%, 80%. He has to overcome a 12,000 vote lead. It is more than within reason to think that Joe Biden has the chance to do it. We need to count the votes. The administrator there, again, applaud him for his transparency, said they're doing the best they can today. One other thing he did say at the end, they don't know how many will come back, but they have mailed more than 8,800 ballots to military personnel and other Georgians who are living overseas. You never know how many of those are going to come back. So if this is very close at the end, those can take another week or two to come in. So we may have to wait on those if you have a very, very close election. The question at the end is when we get all of the mail-in ballots that they're counting today, and perhaps some of it will go into tomorrow, what's the margin? And could that 8,800, he doesn't know, you could get 800 of those back, you could get all 8,800 back. Those are the ballots that have been requested overseas. You never know how many are going to come back until the deadline passes, but we might have to wait because of the potential universe of 8,000 more votes That depends where we get at the end of the count today. And all of these small counties, again, just to bring up this one again, Chatham County, you talk to Martin Savage. We have reporters on the ground in most of these places, which is great for us, and the officials are being transparent. Martin Savage said they're trying to finish today, but there's, they have limited resources and staff. The question is, of those, at least if they don't finish, how many of those 17,000 do they count? What does it do to that lead? And again, most of the other remaining votes are right here in Atlanta and the surrounding suburbs, where hour after hour after hour, as those vote totals have come in, a couple hundred at a time, a couple thousand here and there, Joe Biden has been consistently cutting into that lead, which was once giant. It is now in peril.
Yeah, 12,835. Just remind our viewers what it was 4 years ago.
Sure. Let's go back to 4 years ago, and you look right here. This was, again, the Democrats made a big run on Georgia. The Democrats for years have been saying, Georgia is changing, the suburbs are changing, it's getting younger, it's getting more college educated, has a high African-American turnout. Hillary Clinton, 51 to 46 when you round up. So a 5-point race 4 years ago, and then you come in here, and we're looking at a much closer race. And again, if you were watching us late Tuesday night, you would have thought the president was going to carry Georgia. We're seeing this in every state. In states that save the mail ballots for last, Joe Biden is coming back.
David Chalian, you're looking very closely at Georgia right now. It's a real nail biter.
No doubt about that, Wolf. There's that 12,835 vote lead for Donald Trump right now that has been shrinking consistently since Tuesday night, 49.5% to 49.2%. with 98% of the vote in. But as John was just showing you, and we heard from state officials, there is an outstanding pot of votes that are roughly about 48,000. He said 47,000 and change, but as a rough estimate, there are these 48,000 votes still to be counted. John was just taking you through county by county, but statewide, take a look. Joe Biden would need 63 to 65% of those 48,000 votes that are left to be counted in order to overtake Donald Trump and win Georgia. Donald Trump only needs 34 to 36% of them. But as John was just showing you on the map, these votes that are out there to be counted are coming from Democratic powerhouse areas in the suburbs, and it's the mail vote, which is a Democratic-leaning universe of voters. And so Joe Biden has been collecting north of 63 to 65% in this last day in Georgia as votes have been coming in. And if he continues to overperform what he needs here, he can remain quite hopeful that there's a chance to overtake Donald Trump in Georgia, Wolf.
David Chalian, thanks very much. So who would have thought Georgia was going to be at play at a big time like this in these final hours? And again, as David just laid out, the math is there. That doesn't mean it will happen, but the math is there, especially when you look at all the blue counties. So you're looking at where we are right now, 253 to 213. Again, as I said earlier, the President of the United States cannot. His path is so narrow right now, he cannot win without Georgia. Just imagine a world, we've been talking all day, we're waiting for out west. Arizona and Nevada can get Joe Biden to the finish line. But let's just say we've seen, that there's some indication that, this is hypothetical right now, but the lead has been shrinking here a little bit. What if the president carried both of those? There's no guarantee he will. The Biden campaign is confident, actually, it's going to win both of those states. But if the president did, and Joe Biden can do this, gets you to 269, if he could, the president's winning there, but if he could do this and this, it's over right there. And so you're seeing and again, the Biden campaign is quite confident out here. So the former vice president has has many more menu options, is the simple way to put it, to get there. But if you try to do the president's math, you cannot get the president of the United States to 270 without the two of those. He needs them both. If he gets them both, he's got a couple of options. Joe Biden has many more options. The president of the United States cannot win re-election if he doesn't win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the state of Georgia, and his lead in those states by the hour is shrinking. And Biden could win election if he simply carries Pennsylvania and takes its 20 electoral votes. He then has 273. You need 270. Right. He's the next president of the United States. All right, we're following the ballot count in the 5 remaining battleground states. Pennsylvania could decide the race before the day is out. Stay with us. Our special coverage continues next.